mucha bopha. Bopha mntomutsha bopha. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Hlala phansi. 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 Guys, please can we listen? There's an announcement. Accurate listening is a skill, ne? And you provide soft skills in your centers and in your structures. Don't forget, that's the backbone of who you are as DSD Youth Programs beneficiaries. Akere, please don't disappoint me.
Dumelang le kae? Re teng re kopa di participants tsa ko Khomotso Ipelegeng le Letlhakeng le tle mo pele re batla ho le bona very quickly. Thank you.
Are they here? Where are they? Please, can you go? How many are they? Where? No, discipline. It's always about discipline. Right? Okay. Play. Guys, blessing. There's a song that we want to teach you, ne? First, you would say, Umepule or umetaina siamtanda. Or metaina samurada. Mepule siamtanda. Ewe. Mepule siamtanda. Ewe. Meba setane kyanki siamtanda. Meba setane ki MEC was social development more northwest, ne? So those are the two, those are your mothers, ne? So you must
From Umama that there is a way in which we are greeting each other. Moreover, this event is all about you. So I will need that energy as we proceed with our program today. Good morning, young people. Good morning, young people. How are you today? How are you today? Thank you so much, young people. My name is Ignite Mangani, and I have the honor and the privilege to be your program director today. But more than anything, the honor is that I'm also a fellow young person. So me standing here, I'm standing as I understand that we are, and this program is for us. So with that, please allow me to call the person that is going to open our program with a prayer, Pastor Hasey Wesi, to come to the podium so they are able to then open this program with a word of prayer before we proceed into the main integrators of the program. The rules for this program, and when someone is coming here, please ensure that you stand here and you don't move the mic so we are able to then accommodate the sound and how everything is planned. Moreover, the lighting as well as the cameras. Um, Pastor Hasey, thank you so much, ma'am.
Good morning. How are you? God is good all the time. God is good. God is good. God is good all the time. We thank God for His goodness. Amen. Let me acknowledge the minister, our MEC, the executive mayor. We are honored to be in your midst. But most importantly, we acknowledge the presence of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. May the Holy Trinity be with us now and forevermore. Before I'm going to pray, I'm going to ask you all to stand up so that I can bless you in line with the word of God. So I'm going to bless you with Deuteronomy 28, and may these blessings come upon your life. May you carry the seed of these blessings, and may you multiply and increase. May the face of the Lord shine upon your life now and forevermore. Amen. May all the young people raise up their hands as I'm going to release this blessing. If you fully obey the Lord your God and carefully keep all his commandments that I am giving you today, the Lord your God will set you up high above all nations of this world. You will experience all these blessings if you obey the Lord your God. Your town fields will be blessed. Your children and your crops will be blessed. The offspring of your herds and flock will be blessed. Your fruit basket and your bread blessed. Wherever you go and whatever you do, you will be blessed. The Lord will come when they attack you. They will attack you from one direction, but they will scatter in 7 directions. The Lord will guarantee a blessing on everything you do, and you will fill your storehouses with grain. The Lord your God will bless you in the land he is giving you. If you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, work in his ways, the Lord will establish you as he swore he could do. Then all the nations of the world are the people claimed by God, by the Lord, and all of you. The Lord will give you prosperity in the land he swore to your ancestors to give blessings, to give you blessings, blessing you with many children, numerous livestock, and abundant crops. The Lord will send rain at the proper time from the rich treasury of in the heavens, and will bless all the work you do. You will lend to many nations, but you will never need to borrow from them. If you listen to them, to these commandments of the Lord your God that I am giving you today, and if you carefully obey them, the Lord will make you the head and not a tail, and you will always be on top and never be on the bottom. You must not turn away from any of these commandments I am giving you today, not to follow other gods and worship them. Amen. Can we please raise our hands? Heavenly Father, you alone are God. You alone are mighty. You alone are omniscient. You alone are divine, God. Father, as young people, gathering together under the leadership of this country, my God, I pray in this moment for unity amongst them, my God. I pray for your divine love amongst them, my God. I pray in this moment, my God, that you will bless them coming in and going out, my God. Right now in their generation, my God, raise them, my God, for excellence, my God. Let your spirit rest upon them, my God, in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, I pray for the counsel of the Holy Spirit upon their lives, my God, in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, I pray in this moment, bless them, oh God, with Isaiah 11 verse 2 and 3, my God. Let your spirit of wisdom rest upon them, my God. Let your spirit of knowledge upon them, my God. Let your spirit, my God, of understanding rest upon them, my God. Let your spirit of strength, my God, rest upon them, my God, in the name of Jesus. Most importantly, oh God, let the spirit of the fear of the Lord rest upon them, my God, because your word says, my God, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, my God. We pray in this moment, my God, let your light enlighten them, my God. Raise them, my God, for your purpose, my God, in the name of Jesus. Use them, my God, as instruments in our country, my God, in the name of Jesus. Father, as we are going for elections this year, my God, I also pray for peace in our country, my God. We encircle our country with the blood of Jesus, and we cover, my God, every gateway with the blood of Jesus. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Father, I also pray for our leadership, my God, to the council, my God. Father, open their spiritual God to see, my God, for you, oh God, have them, my God, in those honorable places, my God. I pray, grant them grace, grant them mercy, oh God. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen.
Thank you so much for the word of prayer, Pastor. So, youth, unfortunately, we don't do the clapping of hands nowadays. We Exactly. So as the different speakers are coming onto the podium and leaving, we'll usher them that way where we clock it for them. In that way, we will be that will be our clapping for the day. In South Africa, before any formal program commences, we are to then do the national anthem. And for those who can stand, please stand as we sing the national anthem that is going to be led by our media team there, and then we will sing along. Um, Youth, if we're able to stand, those who can, let's stand so that we can observe this moment and sing our national anthem accordingly. Over to you, AV. Okay, are we ready? Yes, it looks like we are ready. Thank you so much. I see even our principals are catching up with the clock. Thank you so much for doing that. Good morning once again. Now that the prayer has been said, we're saying our national anthem. Good morning, Honorable Minister. Good morning, youth, all protocol observed. Like I said, my name is Ignite Mangani, and it is both an honor and a privilege to serve as your program director today. Because this day is deeply meaningful as I do so not only as the master of the ceremony, but also as a young South African entrepreneur and as one of the many people whose life has been shaped by the freedoms that were secured by the courageous generation of 1976. Today is not simply about remembering our history. It is about celebrating the progress made by the youth of 2026 and recommitting ourselves to building the South Africa envisioned by those who came before us. This Golden Jubilee presents us with an opportunity to then sit here and reset as we look forward for the next 50 years that is coming. Our national commitment to the future, as it then reminds us that every generation, the generation that is here, which is the generation of 2026, has the responsibility to expand to the promise of the freedom that was done by the youth of 1976. So with that, please allow me, it is an honor to then invite the acting Director General, Advocate Gugulwethu Ntimani, to officially open today's proceedings. Advocate, please come to the podium so you can officially open this session. What are we doing? Please, please.
Director, the young person in the house, and we received the blessing from the pastor. I just want to say greetings to our Honorable Minister, Minister Tinapule. I want to greet our MEC, the hosting MEC in the province, MEC Tanti, and then we want to also greet our executive mayor of Rustenburg. We are in Rustenburg. And then we want to, Executive Mayor Huma, and then we want to greet Bukhoshi. These are young people. I'm from Gauteng. Oi, oi! Oi, oi! Thanks very much. I've been requested just to open. I don't want to say much. I have my colleagues who are going to say something, and I have my principals who are going to say something. We are from the Department of National Social Development, working with different provinces. We are here, ministers, MEC, Executive Mayor Bukhoshi, and all our partners on the session of young people. It is, I know that acting minister through the Department of Women Youth, the issues of Jubilee, there are young people who fought in the 1976. Now we are in 2026. We still have young people, and we know that South Africa, it's a youthful country. The statistics is showing. So our focus and our resources must really be diverted to the young people. So the theme for this year or for this program, we are led by our minister. I know that he's going to speak to us. It says economic uprising for the next 50 years. Partnership for skills, jobs, and youth development. We want to commit and say this should not just be a lip service. Because I know sometimes there's an accusation to say government is very good, they speak and they don't do. So we believe in doing, we believe in results, and we know that the future is bright for young people. So I've been requested to open this session. It's gonna run, the whole program is gonna run for 3 days. And we've got our principals who are here. My minister came along the way from Joburg driving this morning just to be with you. The MEC, the executive mayor, Bohoshing, they left everything just to be with you. So we want to say the session is officially open. As I have said that I don't want to speak much. I've just been requested to open and I've asked them, when I open, what is that I must say? They just say, just open. So I'm here to open this conference of young people. I was once young, by the way, and I know that I was telling the minister to say, my passion is young people. I know there are those who say, I love children. I'm not saying I'm not loving children, but my passion, it has always been for young people. I'm young at heart, by the way, and I was given an opportunity as a developmental social worker specializing on youth development. So I think that's where my passion started. At some stage, I wanted to be school social work, but they said you work with communities, you work with young people. So yeah, I only know young people. So we happy that we are here, and the session is officially open. I want to say thanks very much to the young person who's a program director, because young people are doing they are doing for themselves. As government, we just need to support. If there's a funding, if there are skills, let's make sure that we link them to the opportunity, because they've got an energy, they've got a drive, they've got a vision. Our role is to support and our role is to link, but we want to see the results. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Advocate. Young people, I'm sure you heard the commitment that has been offered to us by our leadership and how they managed to travel all the way to ensure that they come here and be in the room with us to hear from us, but also to then offer the support that they will require to be able to move the youth and appreciate the work that has been done by the youth of 1976. Once again, thank you so much for the opening remarks, advocates. With that, we will be moving to the next one, which is the welcome remarks that are going to then be done by the executive mayor of Rustenburg local municipality. Over to you, my lady. I think this thing of chocolate is not working. You know what? Let's go up to the drawing board. Let's just clap. Thank you so much. Over to you, my lady.
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director. I think before I do my welcome remarks, I will start by a disclaimer. I'm a particular person because you are the future and the future is us. I've noted something when the national anthem was sung. We must know and understand the meaning of the national anthem. The national anthem represents the identity, the vision of us as South Africans. So it is very much important for us to respect national anthem. In some other countries, when the national anthem is sung, you stand still where you are up until it is sung. When the national anthem, male, le rola se le re se rweleng. And then when we sing the national anthem, only the president of the country is allowed allowed to raise his arm. Ke bone le tsa yana, ne? So at least today we learned about something. Let's be proud of our country, which is South Africa. So tla ke tsaya sebaka se to officially welcome everybody to today's activity. It is really an honor for us as Rustenburg local municipality to host young people ba ba leng gore you are across the country. It is an honor indeed. And then I was so excited and happy when I entered in here about the joy that is in this house, the energy that is in this house. If we can just focus this energy on things that are positive, we believe or indeed we are the future. Because many at times young people we are saying we are the future, but some, not all of you, are not positively participating in making sure that you are the future. Some of us are enjoying the benefits of those who fought in 1955, in 1976. Some of you were not yet born. And then at some stage, you must hand over the baton. But the question will be, who are we handing over the baton to? We must hand over the baton to the people that we believe or they will take us somewhere. If you look across the country, people are targeting young people all over the country, not only in Rustenburg. People are targeting young people ka di drugs. People are targeting people ka substance abuse. And then ha re fetsa le rona young people, we don't want to act responsibly, ra re tja bosha ba rona. But if you're not careful, bosha ba lona bo le botjang, bo tlile go tja lona. So what I want to emphasize to you, ke gore indeed the future is bright, but it's only going to be bright if le lona you are bright in everything that you do. Let's make sure gore you contribute positively in your daily life. Everybody is born with a unique skill as a human being. Even at school, a gona ngwana wa setlaela. The problem with us and the problem with our parents ke gore we are unable to unleash the skills that is within us. And we appreciate our government in everything that they are doing, to an extent that they even identify programs that deals with skills in human beings. Because like I'm saying, everybody has a skill. So we appreciate as well the different stakeholders that are making sure that they assist government in making sure hore basha, we take them forward. We appreciate what you are doing. There's a lot that government is doing. What is important is let's access, let's make use of the available resources that our government is bringing before us. Previously, there were no resources, but they survived and they made it possible for us to survive. As we'll be handing over the baton to some of you, let us also make it possible for even those that are not yet born to survive. Because if you're not going to do that, I can assure you today that 10 years from now, if you're not going to act positively, our future will be doomed. And you must not blame it on government. You must blame it on yourself as well as young person. Because it is important for you to participate in everything, in every life that involves you. The constitution of our country encourages everybody to participate, as well as you as young people. So baro zoyithola kanjani? Uhleli khoneni, I get. So get out of the corner and make sure that you contribute positively in making sure hore tomorrow when you will look back, le lona le tla re, at least there's something that we have left for the unborn ones. Rona, we are here. Let's do it for the unborn ones. So on that note, Bagaetsu, you are welcome in the Rustenburg, the Platinum City. Unfortunately, the Platinum we don't have. We are just being called the Platinum City. And then I wish you well, good deliberations. And it was said, the tone was said that khale re bua. I think we all know what we want. All that we have to do is implementation. And implementation as well needs participation. It must be a two-way traffic. It must not only be government. You must come in, come up with proposals on what is it that you want. The president is always talking about us cutting the red tapes so that the young people are able to access even whatever that we are bringing to them. So bagaetsho re alamogetse le nna me young person ke youth endala. Yeah. Dala. At some stage, I was your age. Lilona, at some stage, you will be my age. So let's hand over the baton. On that note, bagaetsho ke la amogetse, ke le rata kaofela.
Thank you so much, Executive Mayor. I think more than anything, fellow youth, there is a serious question that has been posed. Now that they are handing over the baton, do we have the youth that is ready to take over the baton? Are we ready to be doing that? And thank you so much. I think as we continue to stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, which is our leadership, one other thing that she mentioned or highlighted is the mistakes that were made when rendering the national anthem. We are honored to be able to learn from you, as we are the youth that is going to then continue with this country and take it to a place which will be a better future for the youth that will be coming after we have left the youth paradigm. So with that, every meaningful gathering begins with a purpose. Please welcome Mr. Alpha Muhlako to outline the purpose of today's commemoration, so we understand exactly why are we here, the need to have different youth to then be transported from different parts of South Africa to gather here, to even have the honorable minister to travel all the way from Gauteng to come and join us here. So as we clap our hands, let's allow him to come and give us the purpose of the day.
Thank you very much, young program director. You didn't know that I'm of your age, ne? Do I look old? No. I'm very young, in terms of age and also at heart. Let me observe the youth greetings. Good morning, young people. Good morning, young people. How are you, young people? How are you? The future is bright. I wish you could take that slogan back home and live with it, so that you don't just say it here and then thereafter it vanishes. That's a very powerful thing to say, even in the midst of challenges, because life is about challenges. You are going to encounter challenges as long as you are alive. You only do not encounter challenges when you are dead. Yes, I'm not sure, but it looks like there are no challenges after death. But as long as you are living, challenges will always, and not all challenges are there to break you. Some are there to strengthen you. So please embrace challenges as they come. Don't ever think of suicide. At my stage in life, some time back, I had so many challenges, I thought of killing myself. To say, why am I experiencing this challenge at this age? But I'm happy I got over it, and here I am. So imagine if I had killed myself, you wouldn't be seeing this beautiful face in front of you. Let me start by greeting the Minister of Social Development, the MEC for Social Development in the Northwest, the Mayor, the Bohosi, the representative from the traditional leadership, our representative from the United Nations, and all our development partners. I see the Church of Scientology is here. Greetings to you, colleagues. Colleagues from the NDA, SASA, and DSD, and colleagues from other government departments. We have colleagues from NYDA and also the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. Good morning to everyone. Each year in June, as a Department of Social Development, we organize the commemorative events for the 1976 uprisings. We celebrate the Youth Month. And this is how we do it. Before, some of you would know, we used to have what is called youth camp, where we would be with the young people for a week, where they are interacting amongst themselves, sharing good practices amongst themselves. And then we would have an event like this as the penultimate event. So we must apologize. We couldn't have it in June because of reasons that are beyond our control. But I'm happy that finally we are having this event. The event is basically about bringing young people together so that you can talk amongst yourselves. We have brought together, Minister, young people from all provinces. They are here. You may have heard that all provinces are represented except for one province. So the idea is for them to come together, share ideas. Those who are successful must share with those that are not successful as to how they managed, because we can't all be successful at the same pace. But at the end of the day, we want to see all young people being successful in South Africa because the opportunities are so massive. Opportunities are so massive, and it pains us, especially those who grew up during those days, because there were no opportunities at our disposal. So please, let's take up advantage of the opportunities. We have exhibitors outside. Please interact with them so that they can open up opportunities for them. But please, young people, there is no easy road to success. No easy road to success, and that you must always put at the back of your mind. So the slogan that you are having now, that the future is bright, please take it home and go and spread the gospel. It shouldn't just be about you. Go and tell other young people that the future is bright. Next year, when we do an audit, we must have more than 50 young people being employed or self-employed, so that we don't just come here, talk, eat, and go. So we will do that audit, and we will provide you with feedback. In the Youth Month event last year, we called a number of young people that came to do testimony as to how the Department of Social Development and its entities have provided support to young people. And we have very successful young people that have been supported by this program, that are even operating outside the country. They are international. So those are the things that we want to see. So enjoy your day, and enjoy your tomorrow, and enjoy your Friday. This is about you. You can see today we are having officials sitting at the front. Tomorrow they are moving. They are at the back because from tomorrow it's your program now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Young people, Very, when we say the future is bright, it should not only about just us saying. It must be something that we action. I can imagine. Let's picture back to 1976. If all the youth that were fighting for our freedom and what we are today were just talking, we wouldn't be here. And that's why when the executives or principals are asking us to go back home with this gospel, we must really take it to heart, go back home with it, and ensure that we practice it, because it's only the actions that are going to ensure that we change where we are and we leave a better future for the next generation. Akere, young people, you're not agreeing. Akere. Thank you so much. So with that, please allow me to then call the HOD of DSD, Northwest Province, Miss Peggy Hawisele to come and acknowledge all the guests in this room. This is to ensure that we don't miss the observation of the protocol. Please clap hands for her as she comes in.
Halala basha halala. Halala luna halala. I love you. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity firstly by passing my greetings to our honorable guest. And I will not say the other most important guest because that one is the secret. But she's an honorable, but also to acknowledge the honorable MEC, the most honorable in the province and also in the Department of Social Development is Meba Sisana Dainki. She's a Marona in the province. She's the one waving the hand. Ra leboga, Mokhuduthamaga. We also have another very important guest amongst us. O re tlhokometseng letsatsi le letsatsi go bona gore di-strata tsa rona di a tuka le ditsela di siame le metsi re a kry-a. Majoro wa sedika sa bojanala, councillor Sheila Mabalehuma. We also have amongst us the most honorable guest also. Ga o sena kgomo o seke bo a bua thata mara ga o na le yona o ka nne wa tswelela nna ka gore ga ke na kgomo ka segaetsho MEC wa itse go tswa ko kgatlheng lelata ya ka nna ga nke a emisa kgosi kgotsa go bega kgosi o bua go a ke rangwane yaanong ka jeko ke tla nna mmangwane ke tane ditlhako amongst us re na le is a doctor from the Royal Bafokeng, ki Dr. Kuma. Rakuma. Hey, Wabon, yes, Rakuma. Thank you very much. My tshwarelo is tswana se se na le go sia bagaetsho, and also amongst us renale the other important partners who's also our guest amongst us. From the Development Bank, Ms. Zini Gordon. You can also just wave your hand wherever you are seated. There in front. Hasamaya Ali as colleagues, Osamaya Ali Mr. Yung, who's the acting head of the UN Country Office, and also a representative from the United Nations. Thank you very much. And amongst us, we also have the principal of all the HODs in the country. I know that in a school we have principal of the school. So we also have a principal of the HODs in for the Department of Social Development, and it is Advocate Gugutimane from National Office. And then also amongst us, we do have our CEO, the person who makes sure that on a daily basis, we don't go to bed on an empty stomach. Mr. Temba Matlo from SASSA. He is not alone. He's also accompanied by our own in the province, the regional manager, Mildred Sono, for the Northwest. As the Department of Social Development, we are an entity. We are a very big department. I started with the department and I went to SASSA. Then the other entity of social development is the NDA, represented by Mr. Ntlatleng, who is the provincial manager. Mr. Ntlatleng, o rata ko di-kitchen Ntate Ntlatleng, ko na ko morago kwa. Thank you very much. And then we also have another colleague from us who's a chief director for youth from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Dr. Benis Tlhagala. We're seated, okay, she's here.
Thank you very much. And then we also have, a deputy chairperson from the National Development Agency, the NYDA, Mr. Bonga Makhanya. As I'm giving you all these names, let me capture. Yes, there's a reason why we are doing that, so that and whenever we have any issue, almost bike. Yes, and then also, I'm not so sure whether the president has arrived for the South African Youth Economic Council, the SAIC, Mr. Kana Muzanani. I'm not so sure whether he has arrived already. Okay. In absentia, we're acknowledging him. And then we also have another guest all the way from KZN, who's the HOD in the Department of Social Development, Mr. Unkemesi Kabasia. A re tshwere le dibotlolo tsa metsi a lewatle o batlang. Thank you very much. And also amongst us, we have other partners, Minister and MEC and all other guests, our partners from the Scientology, Dr. Lori Sinika Lili. And when I see this yellow jacket, Miss Anne Colvin, okay, they remind me of the COVID-19. When you see the yellow jacket, we know that but again, as I'm proceeding, we are also having other, a guest amongst us, who's also some of the senior officials in the department, the Deputy Director General, but he's not here. He's also represented by the Chief Director, Mr. Nkeres Kosana, Chief Director from National. We can also wave. Thank you very much. And then the person who was actually here giving us the purpose, the Acting Deputy Director General, the most handsome guy and young person in the room, Mr. Alf Mahlaku. That's how he introduced themselves. I mean himself. And then, but amongst us, we also have other senior managers from the department in the Northwest, chief directors. The pastor who was here is one of our chief director in the Northwest province, Dr. Hesivisi. Mem Maseko Mekwe is also here, and also other colleagues from SASA and also NDA. You are all acknowledged, and all officials from the districts and the local offices, and to your good self, young people who are our important guests. And we also have others from the private sector I've already mentioned, and others from the civil society organization. As I'm going to descend the podium, I want to say that with all that our Majoro has said, in a nutshell, she's saying that as the future looks bright, the sky belongs to no one. You must do the right choices today, because the decisions that you do today is what you live tomorrow. If you make a wrong decision today, don't come and blame anyone, but it was your choice. So, and for those that are not here and maybe at home, those that might have made the wrong choices already, tell them for our social development, there is still an opportunity to make a U-turn. We are here to help you through the program ya ga Mokhudu wa rona re thuse re go thuse. Ke a leboga.
Thank you so much, my lady. Youth, I think if there's one thing that I'm hearing being reiterated is that we need to be very responsible. We need to be a youth that is able to take responsibility. But the future is bright, but the sky belongs to no one. Meaning, Hori, even if we say the future is bright, if we don't walk out of here and ensure that we are responsible with our lives, we are responsible with our decision making, we are responsible with even the choices that we make on a daily basis, we will not be able to then live to see the bright future that we say is there ahead of us. Akir. So when we live here, we are going to make responsible decisions, right? When we leave here, we are going to. Aki convinced waiting. When we leave here, we are going to make. Yes, the youth of 2026 and the ones that are here, we are going to depart here being the youth that is going to be responsible. Moreover, the youth that will be able to be ready to take the country forward. So with that, youth development is civil society and development partners all have a role to play. It's not a silo project. So with that, we're going to move to the messages of support of the different partners that are here in house that are partnering or continuing to partner with DSD to ensure that they are programs that are benefiting our youth today. Please allow me to call the first speaker, which is the CEO of SASA, Mr. Temba Matlo. As he comes to the stage, we know what we need to do. Please let's clap for him so he can offer the message of support.
They said you must not touch here, but I'm not short.
I can make an exception for you.
Is it?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Halala basha halala. Halala basha halala. 350 halala 350. 350 halala 350. Yeah? 370 halala 370. Anitoli. Oh. Okay. They said you must pull me with my jacket. Let me observe protocol. Minister, good morning, Minister. Let me greet the Honorable MEC of Social Development. Let me greet our Executive Mayor of Rustenburg. Let me also greet our traditional leader of Royal Bafokeng, Dr. Koketsoro Rakudu. Under your leadership, let me also greet the Deputy Chairperson of NYDA, Tlhogo ya Batjha, and greet all the important guests, the DG and everybody. Minister, we are excited to be part of this event under the Partnership for Skills, Job and Youth Development. I'm sure all of us know what SASA stands for. Social Security Agency. Social Security Agency, Minister, it serves a very important segment of the population. We provide social assistance to over 19 million vulnerable groups in different types of grants. And I must indicate that the youth of this country carry the largest portion of these grants. Over 13 million, Minister, of beneficiaries are our child support grants, while over 8.7 million are receiving COVID grant, which is, we know it as 370. You will know that on a monthly basis, Minister, we take application to close to 19 million for COVID grant, which tells the story. And that is the story we're gonna hear from you in these 3 days. And you will see that when we have to pay, only about 8 million to 9 million are processed and approved for payment. The question is, what about those ones that are applied? It tells a story. Okay? So it is important that we must illustrate this to the youth of today and also indicate that SASA continue to demonstrate its intention to achieve our objective of reducing poverty, importantly amongst the youth, and also improving the living conditions of our young people. Because almost 30%, 30.7% of the age youth 15 to 24 and 36% of age 25 to 34 depend on social grants. And when we look at the entire population of the country, almost 45% depend on social grant out of 63 million. Now, Minister, we are mindful that the social protection is broader than what we think. The social protection is not only to provide social assistance to beneficiaries, but we must also begin to think of what are other forms of economic opportunities for young people. Now, as we roll out the social assistance, Minister and colleagues and everybody, we are contributing in various forms, especially when we look at our social relief of distress, where we provide school uniform for children to promote educational outcome. A lot of young people we provide them with the school uniform so that they can focus at school and finish the school. And we are also proud that when we look at the work that SASSA has done with the Matric 2025, almost over 85% of matriculants who passed depended on social grants. It shows you how significant the social assistance program is amongst the youth. But over and above that, like I say, the discussion today and tomorrow, remember we are talking about youth development. It's about how we graduate you out of this pocket of social assistance to more of sustainable and economic empowerment. Minister, we've started programs with the department and the FinMark Trust where we linked quite a number of young people out of the grants to the economic opportunities, including skills development. And these are the kind of engagement that the youth today and tomorrow must get into and assist us to shape our mind to improve the social protection that improve the young people. We also learned through our interaction, Minister, internationally, we just sharing a stage with different international countries through ISA, International Social Security Association, that there's what we call how do you link the young people to economic opportunities so that they move from the dependency to more of sustainability. There's a program that we learned from Namibia called graduation model. And that graduation model, it simply says, Minister, we need to move our people from dependency to dignity and moving beneficiaries from beneficiaries to contributors. Why we're saying that is because, Minister, a number of young people, there are those that are very active and very smart, that the very 370 that we pay them, they create business. If you go to VAL, you will see that there's a certain group of young people came together, they establish a bakery. That's why they're saying you're moving from beneficiaries to contributors. Because when we give you this money, you are then able to say, how do I contribute to the economic development of this country? Hiring 2-3 people with that money that we are given, that becomes sustainable livelihood. So we are saying, we are happy that we are here. We wish you good luck in your engagement. And importantly, if you look at what SASSA, the trajectory of SASSA, we're moving from what we call manual processes to more digital world. And in the digital world that we're moving in, Minister, we're also recruiting a number of young people that comes in as learnership, internship, and contract workers to learn the digital divide. So those are the programs that we're also providing through SASA in terms of shaping the thinking and shaping the capacity and the capability of our young people. So I'm saying between today and tomorrow, we also looking upon your ideas, your views, how you can support us to support you. Collectively, we can do better. Ne? So I'm concluding and wishing you well. I prepared a long speech, but I said, no, it's your day. Let me talk from my heart. So I'm talking from my heart to say, with all that I said, there's quite a number of programs that we are busy with in SASA that was to take young people out of poverty. We want to see a number of young people that we pay social grants, that we pay SRD 350, 370 to start creating their own businesses. And then we'll then come in and say, how then do we support you? I know some of you can also form what we call cooperative led by the young people. And then we will support you because we have a program minister of providing the school uniform. So when we have a school uniform program and the young people group themselves together and established a cooperative, then you come to CEO and say, we do have a cooperative, please support me. I will support you. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, I need to bring it to my level now. Thank you so much, CEO. Youth, re utlwile mos. There is a commitment from the CEO of SASA. When you have the cooperative, you can go to him. He gave us that platform to go to him and say, we have this cooperative. How do you then support us? Re utlwile mos ne? So when we work here, we ensure that there are ideas that are ready to be supported. Because even when we go to seek support, there must be ideas that are ready to be supported. Right. Okay, with that, we are going to go to our next speaker, who is Dr. Koketo Rashudu. Please accept my apologies. Dr. Keketo Rakudu from the traditional leadership of Royal Bafokeng. Please come to the podium, Doctor.
To the chairperson of the proceedings, thank you so much for the work that you do. I will be standing on the protocol that has been established by the previous speakers that have spoken before me. To the Honorable Minister of the Social Development in our country, to our MEC of Social Development in our province, and most importantly as well to the Executive Mayor of the Rustenburg Local Municipality, Councillor Sheila Mabale Huma. Ke a leboga bagaetsho, as they've indicated, and standing on the protocol that has been established. As they have said, I am Koketo Rakudu, a proud serving chief of the Royal Bafokeng Nation, leading the community of Tzitzing here in the Northwest Province. And this year marks my 11th year as a young person and in this chieftaincy role. I'm also a research associate for Sefako Makgato Health Sciences University in the Faculty of the Public Health. And I am mentioning all of this to the young people as I share this message on behalf of the traditional leadership in our country, to say to you that in life, there are a lot of things that are happening on a daily basis. But the most important thing, it is for you to find your space. And once you have found your space, do not compromise on delivering ethical and good governance work to make South Africa a better place. For the fact that we have millions, billions of young people across the country, and you were chosen, you did not apply to be here. You were chosen from the billions of the young people representing our beautiful country. It means that you've gotten a responsibility to play. So the fact that you will be here for 3 days, it is not a holiday, but it's a start of making sure that you are not going to compromise on delivering the work as a young person. And let these 3 days be a reminder that you cannot afford to be casual in terms of how you approach the challenges that we found ourselves in the country as the young people. Time to bend tires and to block the road, it has come to an end. We need young people who would go to school and not just become doctors, but invest in their skill, go to technical skills, and make sure that they play their part and make sure that they contribute to the economic development of our country. Honorable Minister, in the Northwest Province, we are in a safe hands because we are led by ethical and community-led driven leadership. From the MEC Mebastana Danche to the Councillor Shilema Balehuma, thank you for recognizing the role of traditional leadership in this kind of conversation. SASA is here and all other strategic partners are here, making a commitment to the young people. But where are the traditional leaders? Because at times we are the one that becomes a barrier because of land, a barrier for institutions to access our communities. So we are re-emphasizing on our commitment to what we are going to be doing in the next 3 days. That the traditional leadership is also raising their hand, that the conversations that have been held here, for us, it's not a term, I am not elected. It is, we are the custodians of our culture, and it is our responsibility to make sure that that which that is being discussed here, it is implemented, and we are able to be accountable for the work. As I conclude, I want to say to the young people in attendance that you are the custodians of the next 50 years. So we urge you to take your rightful place at the summit to learn. And when you learn, you invest in yourself. When you invest in yourself, you will know when to keep quiet. You will know when to open your mouth. You will know who to engage with, because that's what is important when you invest in yourself. When you invest in yourself as a young person, you become a brand. And brand don't associate with mediocrity. Brand don't associate with things that are not aligned, with conversations that are aligned with the work. I'm a very strict person. Those of you that have worked with me, they know. From the university to the Royal Bafokeng Nation, we don't have meetings. We don't have time for meetings. We have time for implementation. And it's a clear call. And that's how, and that's where we are. And that's how we are known as Royal Bafokeng Nation. We don't have time for mediocrity. So even when you approach me, you need to approach me with an implementation plan. We are not thinking tankers. We want implementers. The time is now, and it is now, and we cannot compromise on being casual about time, because it's for the benefit and the growth of the people that we lead. Bagaetsho, ke a leboga.
That was the doctor speaking to us, and thank you so much. Le utlwile hore the time is now. The time is now, and you cannot compromise. Right? In the respective corners, the individual skill set that we came into this earth with, we cannot afford to compromise that. You need to take your position in your own respective corner and do what you have to do with the skill set that has been afforded to you. Okay, with that, we're going to call the next person to offer the message of support from NDA, that is Mr. Olile. Let's clap hands as he comes to the podium.
Thank you, Program Director. Dumelang Youth ya South Africa. Re teng na? Okay, thank you. I'm Kolile Mbi. I'm representing NDA's CEO who couldn't be here today. I'll also say all protocol observed, but exclusively say good morning to the incoming minister, Honorable Medaina Pule, all protocol observed. But most importantly, greet the youth, Lona Batuere Moka Bona today. The most important people that you're looking at, and people who are taking us forward. Without any waste of time, Kiri Dumelang, it is a great honor to join you at this Youth Month 50th Golden Jubilee Commemoration Summit under the inspiring theme, which is Partnerships for Skills, Jobs and Youth Development. This year marks 50 years since the historic events of 16 June 1976. We all know what happened then, when young South Africans stood courageously against injustices and changed the course of our nation's history. Their bravery affirmed the power of youth as agents of social transformation and remains a powerful reminder that young people have always been at the center of shaping South Africa's future. And you are at that juncture. Today, as we commemorate this legacy, we also celebrate a new generation of young people who continue to drive change in the communities through entrepreneurship, innovation, and social development initiatives. Across the country, youth-led organizations and enterprises are creating jobs, improving livelihoods, and restoring hope where it is needed most. While there is much to celebrate, we must also confront realities facing young people. Statistics South Africa indicates that youth comprise of more than 2/3 of our population. You are many, and support needs to go to such a big group that we have in the country. Yet many continue to face challenges, including unemployment, which is the biggest one that we are worried with at the moment. Limited access to education and technology, as well as mental health pressures associated with the circumstances. National Development Agency, in collaboration with the Department of Social Development as our mother department, remains committed to addressing these challenges through targeted interventions that build capacity, strengthen entrepreneurship, to expand opportunities for economic participation. Our work includes grant funding, skills development, or capacity building across communities in 9 provinces. And we do that through organizational strengthening and support to civil society organizations and nonprofit organizations, including early childhood development centers that also include community nutrition and development centers and many initiatives that contribute towards poverty eradication and sustainable development. We also engage directly with communities. It was said earlier on by SASA CEO that engager, you need to ask people, you need to find out. So we're looking at how you can move forward from here. We also engage directly with communities through dialogues, profiling exercises to understand who's who and what are the needs that the communities are faced with. And it also we also conduct needs assessments to ensure that our interventions respond to the genuine needs and aspirations of the people we serve. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this summit is both timely and deliberate, as it also speaks to partnership that should become an essential a component in celebrating youth development and unlocking opportunities at scale. Some of those partnerships that we have include the DGRV, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, who are really spreading themselves across the country in terms of dealing with a lot of issues. I think you have met them in the communities where you work. And allow me to share just 2 examples here in the Northwest of youth who are involved in economic development. Marok's laundry services is one of those. They are based in a place called Tsing in Ventersdorp. And it was established by 4 young people who were graduates, and they were unemployed by then. And we know that many of you here are graduates and you are unemployed. And as they established this laundry, it began as a community-owned service, and it has grown through the NDA support of over about 220,000. If it's not really substantial, but it has started a big work in that area. It has enabled an enterprise to acquire essential equipment and expand the operations and create additional employment opportunities. Their journey demonstrates and what is possible when resilience is meshed with strategic support. And similarly, the Rambatswana Greenery Project in Kostere has transformed lives through agriculture and skills development. And they were funded, supported by the NDA with about over $500,000. And what they have actually worked towards with this support, they acquired cold storage, water pumps, and all. And over the last 5 years, a total of 7 million has been disbursed in the province on the projects that are similar to this one. So in the interest of time, we are particularly as the NDA committed to ensuring that women and other vulnerable groups are not left behind in economic value chain, especially youth. I think the statistics were given earlier, and they really give a picture that there are big challenges in terms of really moving you forward. Like I said, it will be problematic. The country will collapse. As we appreciate this National Youth Summit, I encourage every young person here to take full advantage of opportunities available for over the next 3 days. Engage with exhibitors, network with stakeholders, and learn from one another. Explore new possibilities and collaborations for growth. The future you seek begins with the decisions that you take today. The NDA team and the organizations we support are here throughout the summit and look forward to engaging you. And Tate Mandela once said, "It looks impossible until it's done." Nothing should stop you, and nothing will. Stand up and change South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Xolile. If there's one thing that I'm hearing is that the partners that are here in the room are ready to support us as the youth. If there's one skill set that I always communicate amongst my peers is the world has no space for conserved people. By that, when there's such gatherings like this, you find youth just keeping to themselves and keeping to the people that they came with and not necessarily taking advantage of the opportunities that are within the room and the people that you can be able to then engage with. It's not every day that you will sit next to the CEO of SASA. It's not every day that you're going to be in the same room with the honorable minister. So whilst we engage and as much as it has been communicated that our day properly will start from tomorrow, as the before I take over with the practical work, I need us to then make use of this time that we have with the different people and delegations within this room to be able to ensure that we walk out of this room with something tangible. Let's make sure that as we walk out, it's more of actions and less of talks in terms of the different skill set that we are offering in our respective corners. Is that fine? Rishapu, Regal Fela. Your energy is not there. Regal Fela. Okay, thank you so much. Now we're gonna move to the next message of support that is going to be offered by the Chief Director of Youth, Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. That is Dr. Bernice Hlagala. Let's clap hands as she comes to the podium.
Youth work siyayithanda. Ewe. Sithanda ngempela. Ewe. Hlanganani yo. Iyo. Sachosa. Ewe. Ewe. Halala, young people, halala. Halala, young people, halala. Halala, sustainable jobs, halala. Uzoyithola kanjani? Uhleli khoneni. Thank you. Moderator of the program, Honorable Minister for Social Development, Diana Pule, Honorable MEC for Social Development in Northwest Province, Sisa Nadanki,
Executive Mayor of Rustenburg Local Municipality, Councillor Sheila Mabali Huma, our traditional leader, Ndate Kokezo Rakudu, Deputy Chairperson of the NYDA, Mr. Bonga Makanya, our vibrant young people, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been established. Moderator of the program, it's not a coincidence that our honorable minister started with a youth event. You have heard that she is passionate about youth development. But then I just want to remind you that in 2010, when she started in government as the then deputy minister in the presidency, she was given the portfolio to be responsible for youth development. At that time, the National Youth Development Agency was just 2 years into existence. Therefore, this portfolio is rightly hers. And it is even more critical taking into account the fact that this year as a country, we are commemorating the 50th anniversary of the youth uprisings to honor the important role which was played by the youth of the country in 1976. They have brought us the freedom that we are enjoying today. And this is a critical milestones which represent their courage, sacrifice, selfless service, and resilience. In May this year, we also launched the 70th anniversary of the 1956 Women's March. These national milestones mark the onset of the year-long national program of activities. Earlier on, Ntate Mahlako said, apologize that they are commemorating the 50th anniversary late. I mean, they are having this event late. It's not late because when we submitted a cabinet memorandum, we clearly said that this year we must have year-long program of activities. So it means that the activities for youth development must be intensified in this year, underpinned by a clear job drive. We are reminded as we commemorate this historic 1976 youth uprising that young people courageously fought the apartheid system, stood against the injustices, and demanded the right to learn. Their courage helped open the doors of freedom and permanently change the course of the country's history. Today, the Department of Social Development is equally marking the Golden Jubilee under the theme Economic Uprising, Partnership for Skills, Jobs, and Youth Development. They mark this in July being Mandela Month. We need to continue honoring the life, legacy, values, and principles which Utata Nelson Mandela stood for. His act for service, compassion, selflessness, and active citizenry. I call on the youth who are in this room that we must honor Utata Nelson Mandela's legacy by making ourselves available for the country of which we are a part. As South Africa continues to reflect on the 50 years, we are saying that we are seeing the achievements which have been made by government. Our National Development Plan 2030 adopted a youth lens. Our Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability led development and approval of the National Youth Policy.
We also supported our National Youth Development Agency in developing the integrated youth development strategy, which gives effect to implementation of the policy. Now we are in the process of developing the South African Youth Development Act, an act which is a framework legislation for youth development in the country, an act which is going to help enforce the existing youth development policy. We are proud that the Department of Social Development also has a youth development strategy aligned to the National Youth Policy. However, today we also acknowledge that although we have achievements that we have realized as a country, our youth continue to face challenges which we need to address. Challenges such as substance abuse, teenage pregnancy, gender-based violence, mental health. It is on that basis that we are saying that we need to commemorate the Golden Jubilee under the theme, Reset at 50, the Future Calls. The theme reminds us that globally and locally, our youth find themselves at the crossroad. They are at the crossroad because they are stuck as they have to transition into adulthood. The theme for the Golden Jubilee urge all of us to reset, start afresh, as a symbol of the social imbalance. We need to ensure that there is a sense of renewal. As the future calls, we need to connect the historical memory of the youth of 2026. Recently, the Minister of Finance reflected on the statistics which reveal 60.9 unemployment rate for youth aged 15 to 24 and 40.6 for those aged 25 to 34. Behind these statistics are human faces. More worrying is that unemployment attracts numerous social ills. We must help young people to navigate the transitional phase successfully, and we must provide them with tools such as education, which will lead them to be self-employed and to also employ their counterparts. As I conclude, I would like to say that young people need to take advantage of demand-led skills. You must not study something because it's fashionable. You must study in priorities that have got high absorption capacity, such as your agriculture, digital technologies, maritime and ocean economy, engineering, construction, manufacturing, to name a few. Much work remains to be done. Every department, organization, company needs to open doors for young people. Our department has opened doors for young people in terms of policy making. To every young person, your ideas, resilience, and passion are the building blocks of a better world. The future is yours. Own it, create it, and make it extraordinary. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Penis. Please allow me to call our next and last message of support that is coming from the Deputy Chairperson of National Youth Development Agency, short NYDA, Mr. Bonga Makanya. Let's clap hands as he comes to the podium.
Mandla. Mandla. Awethu. Awethu. Qina mtomusha qina. Qina mtomusha qina. welele wenyamazane iyole hlale wenyamazane iyole hlale wenyamazane iyole hlale hathi hlale hlathi ethi hlale hlathi iyole welele wenyamazane iyole welele wenyamazane iyole welele wenyamazane iyole welele wenyamazane iyole hathi hlale hlathi hathi hlale hlathi iyole hathi hlale hlathi hathi hlale hlathi iyole welele wenyamazane iyole welele wenyamazane iyole welele wenyamazane iyole welele wenyamazane iyole hathi hlale hlathi hathi hlale hlathi iyo mandla mandla. No, program director, I had to test if indeed we are at a youth program. So I think we've all collectively passed the test, Minister, that we're indeed at a youth program. Program Director, Honorable Minister, Diana Pule, MEC of the province, Executive Mayor, DDG, Chief Directors represented here today, CEOs of various entities, leaders from the United Nations, leadership from our Royal Bafokeng family, as well as all of the young people represented here today. My name is Bonga Makanya. I serve as the Executive Deputy Chairperson of the NYDA, known as the National Youth Development Agency. And before I begin my message of support today, I would like to firstly join the country in welcoming the appointment of the minister and welcoming you, Minister, in your new appointment into the role of young people as you step into this role. We have full confidence in your ability, despite the many attempts to drown the noise of what has been a successful appointment by the president. But we know there are many who are not happy. But as young people, we stand with you and we have full confidence in your ability to turn around this department and to work for our country. On that note, Minister, the NYDA is proud to stand in solidarity with the Department of Social Development as we commemorate Youth Month under the theme Partnerships for Skills, Jobs, and Youth Development. This theme recognizes that youth development cannot be achieved by one institution alone. It requires coordinated action across government, business, civil society, and communities to remove barriers and create opportunities for young people. Minister, in this country, we have something called the National Development Plan, which envisions that all departments will work together and not in silos. So the issue of youth development is not an issue of NYD alone, and it's not an issue of the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities alone, but it's our collective responsibility. And your department, Minister, places you at the center of youth development as well, because before they become a social problem in South Africa, people always say young people are either on drugs, alcohol, substance abuse, or involved in crime. Are there in social development to deal with these issues. But before we get there, where they become your constituency, Minister, we expect that the NYDA, the department, even other departments like policing, can come together to put together preemptive measures to help young people to not fall into the trap of crime, to not fall into the trap of of substance abuse, because we do not want a government that is reactive, like the CEO put here, that we don't want to only respond to the social issues which are genuine, which allows us to intervene before young people become a social program. So I wanted to make that point that we ought to work together as government departments and government stakeholders. This commemoration is not only about honoring the generation of 1976, but about measuring today's young people and their ability to realize freedom that they fought for. And Minister, we know that before we can talk about the youth, we need to speak about economic opportunities and inclusion. We must acknowledge that many young people never even arrive at the starting line. The Department of Social Development works daily with children and young people whose exclusion begins long before they enter the labor market, higher education, and other development milestones. When you take a walk, or rather, you listen and interact with youth centers across the country, you'll pick up a common challenge of young people who, or young children who do not have any form of identification. So there are many children in South Africa whose who do not have an ID, they don't have and enter high school or primary school, where now the youth centers have these children who they've been found either on the streets or whatever situation. And then once they grow up, they cannot enter into doors of learning, whether it be primary schools or high schools. And this becomes a problem for our system, because now the government is stuck with people who cannot be taught because they can't be enrolled in a school. They cannot get government services because they don't have any form of identification. And the numbers tell us that there's about 400,000 of these young people in South Africa. So as we're also discussing the issue of illegal immigration in the country, there's also another serious challenge that happens where young people in South Africa do not actually have identification. Either they are South Africans or they might not even be South African. What then does government do to prevent a situation where we've got young people in the streets who we cannot account for, but become our problem because they end up resorting to substance abuse, and we would have highlighted. So this creates an invisible population of young South Africans who are effectively deprived of citizenship, and that's why we need a stronger collaboration between Home Affairs, Social Development, and ourselves as custodians of excluded youth. Once they reach 18, we'll continue producing young people who are locked out uh, of opportunities to compete. And of course, Minister, we accept that the labor market in South Africa is constrained, and which is why we're here to talk about skills. And because we understand that unemployment is reached its ceiling in terms of how many employers can employ, young people must be their own employers. There are many young people who are running grassroots organizations, NPOs in South Africa, CEO, that need to be supported. In as much as we accept that the private sector will not be the ones we can rely on to create jobs, where we've got state resources to deploy into grassroots organizations, institutions, let's fund those youth. Let's fund those NPOs who help out in these youth centers, who help the elderly in our communities, and do all kind of community-based work, but do not get paid for it. So there's what we call a care economy that we need to heavily invest in, Minister, that we believe can create millions of jobs in South Africa, but it needs deliberate state intervention. And as the NYDA, we're here as a partner to say, let's look into closing some of those gaps. Of course, as the NYDA, there are many initiatives we're running, including our grants and program where we offer business grants to young people, and we want to work with your department and SASSA, NDA, in how do we strengthen our grant program to ensure that entrepreneurs in South Africa get the necessary support. And without wasting more time, is to also say that we would therefore like to invite the department and all of its entities to work with the NYDA across many initiatives to grow the economy, as well as work towards ensuring that we see a better future for our youth in South Africa. This is the greatest tribute we can pay to the generation of 1976. We must build a South Africa where freedom is not measured only by rights, but by access to education, decent work, entrepreneurship, and dignity for every young person. With that note, Amandla!
Thank you, partners, for the messages of support that have been offered. Halala bantu halala. Halala bantu halala. Amanda. The future. The future. The future. Okay, thank you so much. The future is indeed bright. If the 1976 youth challenged us to fight for freedom, then the 2026 challenges us to equip the young people with the skills to thrive in that freedom. That precisely is why partnerships such as the ones with Africa beyond Fourth Industrial Revolution matters, and why our next presentation is both timely and important. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Mr. Unkemeti Kabasia as he come on the podium to then give a presentation on why the youth, the planners, programmers, and the funders for youth development must embrace development over welfareism. Let's clap hands for him. So this is your monitor. So they're going to then project your thingy, your presentation, your monitor. You must be directed to that direction.
So that side.
Yes.
Let me see.
Is it working? To them by the corner.
I think it's maybe too far.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on.
A particular person will come in.
Okay, maybe let me, while you are assisting, let me recognize the protocol and greetings to the Honorable Minister. Greetings to the Honorable MEC, the Executive Mayor, Bukhosi, the Social Development Portfolio led by the DG. Greetings to young people who are in this hall, and maybe a special greeting to young people from the kingdom. I'm seeing you there, KwaZulu Natal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. While they are still sorting out the technology, the Honorable Minister, I think the theme that has been presented today and the concepts that have been presented, skills, jobs, and youth development, are not new concepts. They have been there for the last 30 years. I think the most critical question we must ask ourselves is, what went wrong? Why have we not succeeded? And maybe if we know what went wrong, we may be able to come up with better solutions and better responses. And the challenge that I would like to present today will be based around that. I'm not sure if colleagues there are winning. So the presentation today will deal with a number of topics, but it is intended to stimulate arguments and discussions for the next 2 days, 3 days. Oh, okay. I'll keep saying next, then you know. Oh, okay. All right, thanks. You can then go to the next slide, please. This message that I'm sharing with you is a message that comes from the province of KwaZulu-Natal, where we are trying to engage in a different agenda to build what the deputy chairperson was talking about, the K economy, and to realize the transition from welfare to development in the true sense of the word. So I will be engaging with you within that. Next slide. So the 50th Golden Jubilee. I call it a defining moment for South Africa because Youth Month must not be about celebrating the past alone. It must be about defining what the future should look like. And the generation of 1976 rejected the system that prepared them for subordination. And I want to challenge the generation of today that you must reject a development model that prepares young people for dependency. The central question, therefore, is, are we developing young people for their survival, or we are developing young people to lead South Africa's transformation? And that must be at the center of our engagements. Next slide. And I will be arguing a number of points. Firstly, that on social assistance, and with due respect to my brother there, that social assistance is designed to protect people from poverty, but youth development must aim to enable them to escape poverty permanently. And when you look into social protection and social progression, you will agree with me that without progression, social protection can create dependency. Yet we know that development can create capabilities. What South Africa needs is that we must accept that we cannot consume ourselves out of poverty. But South Africa needs people who are creating businesses, producing goods and services, who are innovating, creating jobs, paying tax, and not simply receiving support. And dependency is an enemy of human agency, because dependency erodes human agency. And when youth are conditioned to wait for government programs, to wait for stipend, to wait for grants, etc., they lose the confidence to create opportunities for themselves. And that development begins when young people see themselves as agents of change rather than passive recipients of assistance. And the last point that I will be arguing through my presentation is that welfareism is incompatible with building a capable, productive, and prosperous generation of young South Africans. Now, where are we? Why are we here? And where should we go? Next slide. And the next one. Honorable Minister, this department was called Department of Welfare. And around the 2000, it was changed to Department of Social Development. And this was not new, because this was founded in the RDP document of 1994, that part of our welfare transition must include socio-economic inclusion, which is the mandate that must be driven by the Department of Social Development. But you will agree with me that we have been able to do effective work on social protection and social security, but we remain trapped there. We have not been able to move to social development, which is about social and economic inclusion. Next slide. And there's been visionary leaders, such as your minister, former Minister Trevor Manuel, who clearly articulated the concept of a developmental state, that its main task is to fight poverty and expand economic opportunities for the poor, including young people. Next slide. Minister Zola Skweyiya is named the founder of social development in the country. And 20 years ago, Minister Zola Skweyiya, and may his soul rest in peace, he said, in fact, he cautioned the country and said that while grants help reduce poverty, they cannot eradicate it alone. That sustainable livelihoods require programs that promote self-reliance, thereby reducing dependency on social assistance. And this is important because I want to link it to the point I made earlier on, that the issues of skills development, youth unemployment, and job creation are not new concepts. The founders of social development saw it more than 20 years ago. So we cannot be here today, speak as if we are only starting to talk about skills development for young people. And that is why it is important to identify what the problem is so that we can be able to confront that problem and make progress in as far as this is concerned. Next slide. Many people speak about the welfare system in South Africa. And Mr. Naidu, Ravi Naidu, I think is one of the unionists in South Africa. He says that the trendy concept of developmental social welfare has failed miserably. And one writer wrote about the 350 grant, and he says they have no hope, referring to the plight of young people in South Africa. They will happily hold on to the 350 grant and not try to do anything for themselves, not because they are lazy, but because they do not believe they are worth more than that. It's about conditioning that we must also work upon as people, changing the mindset of young people in South Africa today. Next slide. Honorable Minister, I've done an analysis of how the social development budget was allocated for the last, since 1998. If you look at the slide that is on the tape, on the screen now, the green is the social grants. And I know that from 1998, there was a sharp increase because there was some form of back pays that were done. But if you look at social grants from 1998 to 2003, to 2009 to 2015, to 2015 to 2020, following the green, social grants have been going up all the time since the beginning of our democracy. So, Minister, for the last 25 years, the National Department or the social development sector has unrelentingly emphasized social relief and short-term income support. And social security has consistently received the most significant budget of the Department of Social Development. In contrast, where youth development is placed under community development, the budget has been less stable, experiencing periodic decline. And in fact, community development budget, which includes youth development, has significantly declined over the past few years, particularly since 2020 up to 2024, indicating that the department has shifted away from community-based development strategies to a systematic preference of short-term social security interventions. Now, that's where things are going wrong, because the department has moved away from what Minister Zola Skweyiya would have wanted us to do, socio-economic inclusion, and we prioritized short-term interventions. Next slide. Look at the MTEF budget projections, Honorable Minister, for 2023, 2024, 2025 to 2026, and you compare that to youth development. Now, this slide says to us, for the MTF, the Department of Social Development has a budget of over 800 billion rands. But of the 800 billion rands in 3 years, 99.6% of that budget goes to payment of grants. And only 0.4% is left for payment of salaries, and a little bit, by any chance, is left to community development, including youth development. So we can't realize change if our own strategies and how we allocate resources works against the same principle and the vision that was led by our leaders, such as Minister Zola Skweyiya in the past. Next slide. If you look at the last financial year budget, Honorable Minister, this is a budget that was presented where it indicated that the budget for the department was 294 billion. And out of that, 284 billion was allocated to grants. which is over 96% of the budget. So there's no specific mention of youth development or community development. There's no strategic elevation of development in the speech. Less than 1% of this budget goes to community development. So this demonstrates this department remains a welfare-heavy model with limited direct investment in development. The question, therefore, is how do we realize youth development? How do we realize skills development, job creation? How do we deal with youth poverty, youth economic disengagement? When we allocate resources, we focus on short-term interventions, and young people are trapped in the space of the 350, as it is the case at the present moment. Now, out of 800 billion, if we were to take 50 billion from that amount and employ it into skills development, into the development of young people, you will turn the corner 100%. I'm about to finish. I see that the chairperson is standing. So go to the next slide. And Honorable Minister, this is said with utmost respect. This slide shows us how a temporary safety net can become politically locked and we will not find a way of getting out of it. Now, this 350, initially it was an emergency policy with a large uptake meant for COVID, right? It became a visible monthly benefit. Then it became a political tool because there's political relevance to it. Then there's social stability risk if you withdraw it. Because young people will say, but why are you taking away our money? Party positioning and politics. Then policy inertia and administrative entrenchment. So a 350 that was meant to be temporary has now become a permanent feature in the lives of young people. If you do cost benefit analysis of the 350 and how much it takes in terms of the budget, and you take that money, you say, if we were to deploy it in the actual development of young people, you will definitely make a difference. Honorable Minister, allow me to also speak to you about the sector funding policy. This department has got a policy that is called the sector funding policy. It is a welfarist policy. It is a welfarist policy because in this policy, although it speaks about poverty, inequality, unemployment, this policy prescribes budget distribution ratio that only 10% of the sector budget can be given to community development. It is in the departmental policy. And 90% must go to welfare. Now, if you have got a policy of the state, of the department, that undermines the same principle of development, then we must as well accept that these young people must continue to endure the 350 until they grow into adults without any form of development. Now, if you look at the total amount the sector spends on NPO, you're speaking about almost 66 billion rands that has been spent on welfare. And when you implement the policy that says no more than 10% must go to development, it means only 760 million can then be spent on development, including youth development. But 6.8 billion must go to welfare. That is what the policy of the department says. And these are the things that require transformation for us to realize true development that we are speaking about today. Next slide. Now, the impact, next slide, please. The impact of welfarism on young people is horrible, Honorable Minister, because welfarism in its own nature. If I grow from in a family that depends on grants, it is most likely that my children will also grow to depend on grants. That's how biology of human beings is structured. And it is dehumanizing that as a father, I can stand in a queue with my wife and my children queuing for 350. It takes away my manhood, just my dignity. Nje. So we need to look at this from a perspective that this kind of situation, if we do not deal with it and reverse it, it will have generational impact moving forward. Next slide. The youth in South Africa, are they a greatest asset or a greatest risk? And I want to say to you, to the collective here, is that youth unemployment, youth poverty, and youth economic disengagement is the biggest threat to democracy in South Africa today. And that we need to know that young people contribute 33.1% of South Africa's population, and that youth unemployment continue to increase. It is now defined at about 60%. Many young people are economically disengaged. They are disconnected from meaningful livelihoods. We produce graduates without jobs, skills without markets, and aspirations without opportunities. The uncomfortable truth is South Africa does not have a youth problem. South Africa has a problem with youth development models. That is where our problem is. Next slide. If you look at what the UN has said, in South Africa, unemployment is only part of the story in South Africa, because the bigger crisis is that millions of young people are becoming disconnected from productive economy. Many are neither employed nor building sustainable livelihoods. They are waiting for opportunities instead of being enabled to create opportunities. They are trapped in cycles of short-term programs with no pathways to ownership and economic mobility. They are losing hope. They are losing confidence. They are losing belief that hard work will translate into opportunity. This is not simply unemployment. It is erosion of economic agency and the demographic dividend that we have as a country. And this, if you go to the next slide, we should all be alarmed, because if you analyze the young unemployment of young people and the issue of economic disengagement, you then have a social danger to it. There is economic danger to it. There is political danger. The fact of the matter is that no nation can sustainably develop when 1/3 of its population is excluded from productive economic participation, which is the young people. And why should the youth development models, why are they failing to deliver transformation? It is because too often youth development has become program driven instead of outcome driven, compliance focused instead of impact focused, training centered instead of opportunity centered, and grant dependent instead of investment driven. So as government across departments, we celebrate numbers. We always say number of young people trained, number of young people attending workshops, number of young people receiving stipend, and number of people receiving 350 grants, right? Instead of asking critical questions, how many businesses were created? How many sustainable jobs have resulted in our interventions? How many young people accumulated productive assets? How many became economically independent? The fact of the matter is that activity is not impact and participation is not transformation. So we need to do more. You can go to the next slide. You can skip it. I just want to move towards closure because I know the chairperson is really worried. I prepared because I was told I've got 30 minutes. So, but I'll try and cut it. Go to the next slide, please. Why we and the youth in particular must reject this system of dependency. We must reject it because welfare cannot replace development. Dependency erodes human agency. And South Africa cannot consume itself out of poverty. No government can permanently support growing economic exclusion. Young people deserve dignity through productive participation, and development should create assets, not dependence. And our future depends on producers, innovators, entrepreneurs, and not permanent beneficiaries. Because once you are trapped, as I said earlier on, in the 350 system, you are a permanent beneficiary. So protection without progression creates dependency, and this must actually not be allowed to continue. Go on. Now let's go to the last slide, the one that talks about transforming internal logic. Now this one, you know, Honorable Minister, the argument I'm making to the sector and to young people is that we need to change the internal logic of the social development sector because we are trapped in the logic, which is welfare. Now, because we are trapped in the logic, I want to talk to the first block. It says, this is a pivotal moment in the evolution of the department because this issue of socio-economic inclusion has become a dream deferred, a promise that was never fulfilled, as espoused by the leaders such as Honorable Minister, the late Zola Square. That social grants are perceived as deepening dependence, yet this interpretation is obscure because a more fundamental reality is that social grants have expanded because structural poverty, unemployment, and inequality has persisted. And development, in terms of youth development and community development, has failed. That is where we are. As such, if we introduce projects, every day there's a new project that we introduce, and then when a new minister comes, another concept is introduced, and then there's no sustainability. What we need, Honorable Minister, is a decisive shift in the department's policy position and strategic posture, a move from incremental program response to a coherent developmental framework that aligns policy, planning, resource allocation, objective sustainable livelihoods. I will share this with you, Honorable Minister. I analyzed the speeches of social development ministers, all of them. The minister will go in parliament and say, we are moving towards development in terms of the national development plan. But when the budget gets allocated, it works against the minister's policy pronouncement. Because the minister pronounces. So the minister pronounces, but the technocrats, I hope it is, and my apologies, DG. I know that some statements are career limiting, so I'm very cautious. But the point I'm making is that there has always been policy position that promotes socioeconomic inclusion, development, as well as development of young people. But when we allocate resources, we deviate from that policy position. And that is why our 800 billion for these 3 years, 99.6% of it is going to grants. There's nothing left for these young people for development purposes, nothing at all. So what is it that we need? We need to transform the internal logic of the department itself so that we develop policies. When we strategize and we allocate resources, we must put our mouth, our hand where our mouth is. English. So social development remains central as a driver of inclusive and sustainable economic growth. And I believe, Honorable Minister, this could be one of the minister's pet project to drive community development, to drive women and youth development, and to refocus policies, to refocus resources towards inclusive economic growth as it has been espoused in this. The last slide, a closing call. I'm saying that let Youth Month become more than a commemoration, it must become a turning point. The generation of 1976 refused to inherit a future defined by injustice. Today's generation must refuse to inherit a future defined by dependency. We must reject a culture or politics of dependency and embrace a culture of capability. We must move from relief to resilience, from consumption to production, from participation to ownership, from welfare to wealth creation. We must embrace the economics of productivity. We must choose capability over charity, opportunity over entitlement, ownership over exclusion, and transformation over welfare. We must shift from programs to pathways, from beneficiaries to builders, from welfare to wealth creation. We must build a South Africa where young people are not waiting to be employed, but are equipped to create employment, not waiting to receive, but empowered to produce, not defined by poverty, but they must be defined by possibility. The time for incremental change has passed. The time for transformative developmentalism is now. The greatest injustice we can commit, Honorable Minister, is the greatest injustice we can commit against young people is not to leave them in poverty, but to leave them believing that their future depends entirely on someone else. The future of South Africa will not be secured by what we give young people. It will be secured by what we enable young people to become and to enable young people to lead South Africa tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Yeah. We have heard what Mr. Onkemetsi has said, that let the Youth Month become more than a commemoration. It has to be a turning point. Shukuti next year, when there is when June arrives, we're not gonna have just a commemoration, but a turning point where we'll be able to reflect on what youth would have achieved from now up until June next year. Thank you so much once again, my good sir. So we are moving swiftly into the next phase of our program. And as we do that, I'd like to caution the next speakers to be a bit cognizant of time so that we adhere to the time stipulated for the different speakers as we continue with our program. Real transformation is built through partnerships. And before the presentation, I need us to direct our attentions to the screens for the video that has been prepared. And right after, Ms. S. Mahangwe will come to stage to then address us. Let's glue our eyes to the screens for the video that has been prepared. Thank you.
South Africa, thousands of young people face daily challenges that stand between them and a brighter future. Challenges such as unemployment, limited access to skills development, poverty, and a lack of pathways into economic participation. Yet within every young person lies untapped potential. Potential to learn, potential to lead, potential to create change. Today, we celebrate a program designed to unlock that potential. Welcome to the launch of the Indlela program, a transformative youth development initiative dedicated to creating opportunities, building resilience, and empowering vulnerable young people to become active participants in South Africa's future. The OVCY Skills Development Project is an initiative of the Department of Social Development. The project is funded by the German government through the German Development Bank, KfW. The project is coordinated through a partnership agreement between the Department of Social Development and SANAC. With ARCH as the implementing partner, the program represents a shared commitment to investing in South Africa's youth. At the heart of the program are community care centers, known as CCCs, located within the communities across KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and the Northwest Province. These centers serve as safe spaces where young people can access support, mentorship, learning opportunities, and career development services. The community care centers are more than buildings. They are hubs of possibility, places where young people discover their strengths, build confidence, and begin planning for their futures. Before a young person can enter the workplace, start a business, or pursue further studies, they need confidence. They need communication skills. They need resilience. They need the ability to work with others and navigate life's challenges. That is why the program begins with soft and social skills development. The journey continues through work readiness training. Young people are equipped with practical tools to help them enter the labor market successfully. Learners receive guidance on CV development, interview preparation, job search strategies, and the effective use of technology and social media in finding opportunities. While soft and social skills provide the foundation, hard skills create practical pathways into income generation and economic participation. Participants have completed training in sustainable farming, property maintenance, cell phone repairs, and electrical house wiring, gaining practical knowledge and hands-on experience. Learners established vegetable gardens that promote food security and entrepreneurship, while others developed practical property maintenance skills for opportunities in construction and community infrastructure. Participants also gained expertise in cell phone repairs and electrical house wiring, creating pathways to employment, self-employment, and further technical training. A key feature of the Indlela program is the creation of clear pathways beyond training. Upcoming career fairs will bring together employers, educational institutions, government departments, and development partners to expose young people to a wide range of opportunities. The goal is simple: to ensure that every learner can move from learning into opportunity, from potential into achievement, from uncertainty to possibility.
My name is Oravatile Tafelon Kiti, and I get Mamu Create Exhibition. like go ba ka re thusang ka teng ka go choose the right career le go kry-a gape le di-interest tse ding mo career-eng e nngwe.
Okay, my name is Nombilo and my surname is Milado. I'm from Hementeme Secondary School. I came here to learn more about the different colleges, universities, and which I want to go because I'm still confused for where I will go for now. But what I know, when I finish school, I want to go to business college. It's a business studies. So since from I was young, I wanted to do business because I want my own money. I want to be independent and buy my mom her own house and car. So yeah.
Today, we celebrate more than a program. We celebrate dreams being reignited, confidence being restored, skills being developed, communities being strengthened, and futures being transformed. The Ingala program is creating pathways to a brighter future for South Africa's youth. Every success story begins with opportunity. Through the Ingala Skills Development Program, young people are turning ambition into achievement. Pumelele built a successful software repair business. Mushe's leadership journey led him to represent South Africa in China. Spundo transformed technical skills into entrepreneurship. Tuto created her own sustainable business. Boche took the next step towards her dream through higher education, while Khotato built a thriving catering enterprise. These are more than individual success stories. They are proof that when young people are empowered with skills, support, and opportunity, they become the architects of stronger communities and a brighter South Africa. Thank you to all our partners, stakeholders, facilitators, community organizations, and beneficiaries who continue to make the OVCY Skills Development Program possible. England, lifting young lives, creating linkages and pathways, empowering communities.
Greetings once more, Minister, MEC, Executive Mayor, and Hoshi. Halala bacha halala. Now you see the Degavasia was on us. We just wanted to show that we are moving. We're moving from welfare to development in practice. This is what you see. This is what the skills development program. This is a partnership, young people, that we have with the German government through the German Development Bank. I'm not going to speak much. There are 3 young people who are part of this program who are going to testify. So you must hear from them more than you hear from me. So I'm going to call the first one from the host province. Was given a name from Konibu Pirima. Tebogo Mogatle. Is Tebogo here? Oh, Zababa. Itla keno. Tebogo will briefly share with you his experience of having been part of this program that we call Indlela, Ditsela, Pathways. So you'll hear from him, Minister. I don't want tomorrow to be like we're just telling you stories. This is not AI, this is real life.
Good morning, everyone. Dumelang gape bagolo. Ka lebitso ke ene Tebogo Mokgatlho e emeng fao. Ke tlhaga ke le ko Boikhutso from Tshireletsego Community Care Center. Ke na le letshogonyana man. Oh.
Kita mo support, so.
Yaka ke lefa ke tlo bua ka se ke kgonne go se fitlhelela ka ntlheng ya ga arch from tshireletsego. Bagolo ka matsogo a go ka itirela tse dingwe tse dintle tota. O ka feleletsa o change le botshelo ba gago. Ke kgonne go fitlhelela tse dintsi. I think from 2023 ke ane ke kopana le tshireletsego, ke kopana le arch. Ke ithutile tse dintsi go tswa mo go arch. Jaaka le mpona ke mefa ke na le kgwebo potlane nnyane. Ke dila ka Polten Pigary. Ke thomile kgwebo potlana ya ka ke rekisa di-muffin le di-vegetables. Go boima go rana business. Mme fela Motswana a reng kwa go mmogela tshwara thata. E se go utlwa sebodi wa gago. Gone yaanong ke hirile bagolo ba le bararo ba e le gore ba nterekela. Bomme ba le babedi go ntsutela dikoko, borre re a le mongwe go ntlhabela tsone le go nkonomakela dihoko tsa dikolobe. Ke sampe ke leka mare go a pele gone ke aya. Go a pele gone ke aya. For now ke sampe ke na le dikolojane di le 10. From tshegadi tse pedi tsa dikolobe. Dikoko tsone sampe ke emisitse ka go sampe ko boikhutso re sokola thata ka motlakase. So koko e tlhoka motlakase. A go sena motlakase ke bothata. Last year around June ke swetse ke dikoko di le 50 yotlhe mo 100 ene ke tsentse. So ka lemoga gore go bereka ka mariga a se maemo. So every year around mariga a ke tsenye dikoko because of diaswa ke serame. So ke rata go raba youth ke re start small. Go a pele o tla ya. Gona no ke kgona go at least ka dikolobe go na le o ke kgona go mo supplier o butse small butcher o tsa go tswa go go nna. So ne ke re youth a re itsoseng a re sa shebella gore batsadi ba teng kapa 370 years le nna ke tsositswe ke yone. Mare a re sa robala thata mo go yone. A re tsogelle rona ka matsogo a rona. A o se tla o tsamaya mo strateng o rekisa. Ba teng ba tlo go tshegang. Mare fela o itse gore wena o batla eng. O tla tshwara thata. Ke a leboga.
Sona stolokiwi ne. So So we're going to call the next one. I'm going to request the next two young people to be brief. We started a little bit late. We're not taking away from your time, but we just if you could just be brief. Ngizobiza Ubuhle Ngwenya from the kingdom. Ukhona Ubuhle? Bye.
Oh, okay. Yo, kambe imsanje lento. All right. Sanibonani. Niyaphila. Nami ngizocela nje ukuthi ngeke ngingele ngelanguage ethu Mageba lapha. As I'm standing in front of you, I'm just going to be sharing my journey of skills development and leadership and the community impact that these programs had on me. Right. So, well, in 2023, when I enrolled at the MTN Computer Skills Program, of which it was a program that was brought by the former minister, Mama Henrietta Bakopane Zulu, of which I learned the digital literacy skills. I gained confidence in ICT. Then in that same year, I was able to register my organization called the Difference Makers Youth Organization. Right, in 2024, in that 2024, I became the computer skills facilitator. I enrolled in the soft skills and readiness program whereby I was able to improve my communication and leadership skills. The impact of this program, with the computer skills, we're able to reach 165 beneficiaries in 2024 alone. Then in 2025, I was enrolled in the property maintenance program, whereby I also continued as a facilitator, but the program involved computer skills and digital entrepreneurship, where the focus shifted to digital skills for income generation, whereby I was able to train 309 beneficiaries for 2025. Then in 2026, I was able to assist our facilitators for the soft skills and readiness program. I continued with the computer skills and digital entrepreneurship program. And I'm proud to say this year, we're able to train 500 youth in our communities. And last, and before, I would like to say a special shout out to the NYDA and the NYS. They were able to recognize me, and I was able to represent South Africa at the Youth Acceleration Week in Shanghai, in China, this June. So, all I can say is that the Charlestown Community Care Center has transformed me from a learner to a leader. I built my skills, I built my confidence and the opportunities. It has enabled me to empower others. And this is just not a training, it is a transformation. Thank you.
Okay. Now we're going to the Great North. We're going to call Untamulo Sbongile Pambani.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sanibonani minjani, lekai, nimacheroni. Okay. I've just prepared a speech for today. So, yeah. My name is Bongile Shamulo Pambani from Bon Village in Limpopo. I grew up in a community with high unemployment rate. I realized the importance of creating opportunities for myself rather than waiting for employment opportunities to become available. This motivated me purely self-employed and develop skills to help me generate suitable income while also making positive impact in my community. I attended the Soft Skills Social Readiness Program in Bonn Community Center, where I was introduced to the entrepreneurship modules. This training became a turning point in my life. The training became a turning point in my life, and it inspired me to start my own business as a nail technician. Before attending the program, I, I depended on my savings and income for hard work. I did not have a clear business direction for the confidence and establish my own inspire. The training equipped me with the knowledge and motivated me to take the first step toward becoming an entrepreneur. All through the entrepreneurship modules, I learned valuable lessons and settings and managing a business. I gained an understand on how to identify business opportunities, building professional networking, and develop opportunities and relationship with potential customers and business partnership. This this program also helped me a lot. Helped me a lot, ne? Guys, when attending the program, I didn't have a clear vision on what to do, or maybe if I can do anything using my skills. But after the program, I was able to do my own things. I was able to be a nail technician. And I was using a YouTube for me to train, but right now I'm operating in a garage at home. I'm also able to teach other people. I also have trainees that are coming to train and start their own business. So I'm also doing house calls. Even if anytime anyone who wants to do nails, I can attend them at their own place. So this program, it was not just a soft skills, but something that gave me a knowledge in my life. I trust and believe that my business is going to grow. I have this feeling that whenever, if someone wants to train, I give them the opportunity to also start their own business. One thing that I've realized in South Africa, the saloons are owned by Nigerians. But now this is our chance to open our own saloon, to start our own business. You start from nothing, become something. Thank you.
Uh, no, I can't, Santamulo. I hope you brought your equipment. There's many. Yeah, I can see business. Yeah. So, Minister, yes, yes, this that you are hearing from these young people is why we thought you should formally launch this project as an acknowledgement to the German government for the investment they've made in our young people and in the country. And we want to thank you for agreeing to be part of this event to do that. I'm going to request Ms. Zini Gordon on behalf of German Development Bank just to say a few words, and I'll then take my seat. Thank you very much.
I think after the inputs by the young people, it feels like I don't need to do a speech because that speaks for itself, doesn't it? But greetings again, Minister, the Honorable Ms. Tinapula, the Honorable MEC of the Northwest, but also the Executive Mayor for Rustenburg, where we are. It's a real privilege for me to be here today to commemorate Youth Day, and it's an honor. We'd like to honor the courage and the determination of the young people that have been made reference to, the young people of 1976, whose actions helped to shape South Africa's democratic future. I also want to honor the youth of today, 2026, for taking up the baton that was handed over to them by the youth of 76. The legacy of 1976 reminds us that investing in young people is not simply a developmental priority. It is an investment in the future of our country. As you can see, I'm not German, but as a representative of the KfW Development Bank, I can confirm that Germany remains committed to supporting South Africa's efforts to create opportunities for young people, particularly those young people that you saw here just now, who face barriers to education, to skills development, to employment, inclusion, and economic participation. Through KfW's cooperation with the Department of Social Development, supported by SANAC, Germany seeks to support practical interventions that improve the lives of young people. This started, as you saw in the video, with supporting the construction of these 17 community care centers in 3 provinces, Northwest, KZN, Limpopo. And of course, that's just a start. Currently, and in the next phase, we are supporting the development of skills development, preparing young people for the world of work, but also self-employment, as you have seen, to break the cycle of dependency. So I'm going to concur with the presentation, the powerful presentation by the head of Department of KwaZulu-Natal, that we need to support youth agency. We need to break the cycle of dependency and welfareism. The team, when I talk about the team, I'm talking about the team from KfW, the team from National Department of Social Development, the provincial departments of social development, but also the local stakeholders. That team is encouraged by the significant progress achieved despite implementation challenges. I'm not going to say there were none, there were several, but those implementations challenges have been the stepping stones for learning and improving the program, to ensure that we are able to demonstrate measurable impact rather than only activity-based inputs. As you have heard, more than 1,600 young people have completed soft skills, work readiness training. Over 300 young people have completed a technical skills program. You've seen sustainable farming, property maintenance, cell phone repair, IT, entrepreneurship training, etc. What is particularly encouraging is the evidence of real life outcomes. Many, like you have seen, you've seen only 3, but many young people are applying the skills that they have developed. They've started pursuing further studies. They've started their own businesses. They've started internships, but also some have transitioned to employment. These are exactly the type of sustainable outcomes that development cooperation seeks to support. But none of these achievements would have been possible without partnerships. So I'd like to acknowledge the leadership of the DSD, but also
the partner Sanak, as well as Arch. You heard some young people mention Arch. But also local governments, the community care center, as well as other. You've heard MTN being mentioned, but today here I see a wealth of new partners. NDA, NYDA, the Royal Bafokeng, etc. These sustainable youth development, we all know that it requires an ecosystem approach where government, development partners, civil society, and business work together. So the next phase of the program now is being developed with the national and provincial participation. But this next phase, it is critical that we ensure a broader reach, but also long-term sustainability, because sustainability of these fledgling interventions is of utmost importance. So we thus welcome DSD's commitment to exploring how successful elements of this program can be institutionalized. How can this program be integrated into ongoing service delivery that is developmental and enabling and inclusive? In conclusion, today we celebrate first and foremost young people who have embraced these opportunities and have demonstrated resilience, determination, and ambition. But today, let us renew our collective commitment to ensuring that every young person has the opportunity not only to dream about their future, but to actively build it. As skills, economic inclusion, and enablement is critical to this. I thank you all.
Sure. After all the presentation by the youth, I think we commend the work that the youth is doing through the program. More than anything, I hope for each and every youth that is in the room today, they're able to draw inspiration and be motivated to be able to operate from the corner in which they are existing in South Africa. Amandla. 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 I hope when we are busy saying the power is ours, we will go back to our drawing board, be inspired to do something for our lives and with our lives. Okay, with that, please allow me to call the Northwest Province MEC, Miss Basitsana Danchi, to give us remarks and the introduction of the minister. Let's clap hands for her.
Malibongwe. Lelapile. Lelapile. Nna ke le utlwile in the morning le ipepeng ka le re you are ready. Lelapile le ya lona. Batho ba Modimo le ntsenyetsa matlho batho mo morena. Malibongwe. Ikamala makosikazi. Roar, young lions, roar. There are no young lions in this room. There are no young lions. Our democracy is not safe, Honorable Minister. It's not safe. Roar, young lions, roar. Roar, young lions, roar. Yes. Yes. Now our democracy is very much safe. Thank you very much, Program Director, the young woman of our time. a young lion of our time, o re gogile bontle, go fitlha fa Ebenezer. Let me take this opportunity to greet all of you present here today, the Honorable Minister, whom I'll introduce later, the Honorable Executive Mayor of Rustenburg Municipality, the doctor who is representing the Royal Bafokeng Nation. Is very important, nation, not just nation. The Royal Bafokeng Nation, the team DSD, led by the acting DG, the vibrant young people of South Africa, Dumela, Melisugile, Melisiami, Limuchini, La Pompa, Le Pop. Waiting now, Honorable Minister and Mema Balene, because youth or young people is part of our programs as DSD. Ba ikarabela mo go rona. Ha ke bereke le batjha ba ba Boroko. I've never had an activity ya batjha ba ba Boroko. Ke bereka le batjha ba ka mo. Because batjha ba ba Boroko, they just leave even when opportunities di feta ga ba di bone. Mara batjha ba ba tshubileng streetwise ba kgona go bona those, they grab those opportunities. Thank you, my girl. Mara lona ka re le robetse. Mara ga nka re Zulu. A re utlweng. Kwena. Ga bo mokgatla. A namela setlhare. A bokone bophirima re tlo gatelelwa ke Zulu re le mo bokone bophirima. Ba kwena. Ga bo mokgatla. Ba tshwaneng. Yes. Yes. Ke a le bana ba bokone bophirima ka re le tseneletswe ke Zulu. Mari, you are hosting. You are you are disappointing. Thank you very much, bagolo baka. I've greeted all of you. I just want to start, Honorable Minister, by saying, you know, after the son of the soil have spoken, Ntate, simple as one sa gago kana. Mo tshweneng, Kabasia. Kabasia. Ke mo tshweneng. O makomo. Ke mo tshweneng. It's very important, Honorable Minister, to know that he is the son of the soil. Ke ngwana wa bokone bophirima. He's not from Zulu. Never. Ke mo tshweneng. Wa Kgosi Ramotshiremoilwa. Abanna re tlo tseelwa title fela re shebile. Not under my stewardship. Today, Honorable Minister and my colleagues and the young people of our time, the lions of your own generations, we commemorate the opening of the DSD Youth Month in remembrance of our 1976 heroes and heroines who struggled for better education, dignity, equality, and respect for our culture as South Africans, Blacks in particular, and who shaped the future of our country. As we stand on the shoulders of these great giants, we also celebrate you, the young people of our time, the youth of today, the future leaders and the generation that is shaping our future
that is shaping our tomorrow. How ka nkutlwa ga ke re ywa, ka re our, because the future is in your hands. That future includes us, because letlhako le le ntšha le beleletswa mo go le legologolo. We are not going anywhere, but we are saying you must lead the future. Generational mix. Le ka se lead le na le nosi la re tlhoka. O tla ntse go bua ka bo ntate Zola Skoia, the late, may his soul rest in peace. La re tlhoka. But the question, as we talk about these heroes and heroines, are you ready to take that baton from them? Are you ready? Because today, as we speak with pride. When we speak up, Peter Mokaba, Mashinini, we bua with pride. They died for this democracy. We are not expecting you to die. They died for all of us. But now we expect you to change and be the future as you claim that you are the future. Claiming and implementation is two different things. That is why I'm asking you a question. Are you ready for that baton? Because the tlhako tsele di ditona a le tla fita mo gare ga ditlhako tseo tsa ba ba fetileng. And as I'm saying that, I want to remind you of lefoko la Modimo mo go 1 Timothy 4 verse 12. Are, don't let anyone look down on you because you are a youth, you are young. Never allow anybody to undermine you because of your age. But set an example in conduct, in discipline, in faith, in purity. If indeed you are the future, you will know that the future that you are referring to comes with responsibilities. Discipline, commitment, principle is the first step towards a better future. Something that we want to see. You are the generation that is meant to fight for economic freedom, fight for inclusion in the mainstream economy, fight to be part of the decision making. Nothing about you without you. You must fight for digital inclusion. You must fight for innovation and climate justice. You must fight to make education fashionable. You must fight against substance abuse. You must fight against gender-based violence and femicide. You must fight against triple challenges of poverty. You must fight for the voiceless. These are our current demons. These are the current challenges. They are different from the challenges of 1976. But the resilience remains unmatched. This is what you must fight, and this is what you must win. 2030 is around the corner. We want to see change. In these 3 days, our young people, you will be exposed to many opportunities our government have created in response to addressing these challenges that I've referred to. Please make the best out of it. You must reset the approach to youth development. And you are not starting from nowhere. Motshweneng o le aletse phate. O le aletse phate motshweneng gore what needs to be done. Led by social development as its key mandate. You are not alone. We are with you. Are you ready? We call upon all of you today to step up the game and grab these opportunities with two hands. There's no doubt that high level of unemployment, inequality, and poverty are the root causes of many social ills facing our youth in many of our communities today. However, we dare not lose hope, but we should confront these challenges head on. Tshwantse le itite sebete fela jaaka our heroes and heroines by 1976. They did not wake up in the morning. They planned. There was a lot of planning. Decisions were taken. So it's very important that whatever you do, you must plan your life. You must plan your future and take into consideration that we are part of that future. You are not alone. And re tsamaya le wena ra go babysitter. Young people of our times, you are not just future leaders. You are innovators. We have of them here. Kidi Park. You are problem solvers and the driving force of our society. Your creativity and relentless spirit should continue to inspire change. Most of us as politicians, we believe that time of slogans are over. Because singing slogans, it depends how you internalize that slogan. Do you really understand the meaning of that slogan? Most of you don't understand. You sing for the sake of singing. Those slogans kept those young people of 1976 alive to achieve the dream that we must take the baton and take it forward. You must be the generation to be remembered more than the youth of 1976. The challenges are not the same, but we still have challenges. Challenges of that time, they were oppressed. They did not have voices, but they spoke. Lona, you are free. You have voices. You have the government that gives you these opportunities. You have government that take decisions. You have government that is saying, Kirunaba, saying as government. The president, every State of the Nation address talks about the young people, the opportunities, the years programs. Are you grabbing those opportunities? Some of you is no, some of you might be yes. So your challenges of that time and the current challenges are the same. But with you, it's different, it's simple. You must be ready because the government is saying everything is here. We just need your minds. We just need your brains. Nothing else. Take us forward as South Africans. As I conclude, Program Director, because I know that we still have the keynote. I know I can speak, but I don't want to do that. I want to disappoint many today. I want to disappoint many. I know that's already what you call thing. So I want to disappoint them, Honorable Executive Mayor. Now I'm concluding, Program Director. Allow me to do what I've been delegated to do for today, to introduce our guest of honor. Allow me to introduce our guest of honor. As she is seated, now we are standing. When I read her credentials, the credentials are too long, but I have summarized to my ability, just highlighting key ones that I think they are very much important for all of us. I'm introducing to you an activist, a leader at her own right, Mpokoto. Mosadi gareng ga basadi. Mosadi wa letlapa. Ga latwe ke banna ba sa rupa, tlo botsa di-chance. You must never try it. The women of our time who served in the student movements, served in the union movements, former ANC Deputy Provincial Secretary in Limpopo, current NEC member of the African National, current ANC Women's League Deputy Secretary General, former member of Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature, served in different portfolios, among others is MEC of Safety and Security. I know 3 different portfolios as the MEC in your time. Former member of parliament, former minister of communications. When she was the minister of communication, I was the member of the portfolio committee of in parliament. So Simo, Simavela Gute, Nanae, Simavela Gute. So we traveled a very long road together. Former minister in the presidency responsible for monitoring and evaluation. You to the stage, our honorable minister, brand new from the box, Minister of Social Development, Me Daina Ule Malibongwe. Malibongwe.
Kamalama Kosgas. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Let's be seated. Thank you very much, Mama Zala. So, for those who do not know, the MEC is my mother-in-law. Le rata ditaba ke. I saw. Well, a program director. Oh, this young woman next to me here. How are you doing? I'm good, thanks. Thank you very much for running this program in the manner that you are. It just goes to show that we have a future that's bright from yourselves as young people. So, Deputy Minister in Social Development, who was supposed to be with us but couldn't, Mr. Hendricks. MEC for Social Development, my mother-in-law, the Majoro, wa Rustenburg local municipality, Councillor Sheila Hosana, Dr. Koketso Rakudu from Tsitsing. Akina home, so that's why I have to finish it. Ms. Zen Gordon, Portfolio Coordinators and Health Development Bank, KFW. Mr. Yu, Acting Head of the United Nations Country of Representatives, a representative of the United Nations Population Fund. DG Kuku, thank you very much for this wonderful event that we have here. HOD, DSD, Ms. Peggy. How do I pronounce your name? You know, when I work here, it's very difficult for me to pronounce the surnames and the names. But because I'm an African, I always learn. So I'm looking at it, Habu Seli. Habu Isil. Okay. Now I won't forget next time. CEO, Ntate Themba Matlo, thank you for this whole thing here and the explanation that you made of the 370. They seem to love it. But the part that I love most about the 370 is the business part that you are venturing into the 350 and the 370.
Ms. Mildred Sono, Acting Regional Executive Manager of SASA Northeast. The representative of the NDA on behalf of the CEO. Chief Director Youth from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Dr. Benis Tlhagala. Thank you very much. You just reminded me of our olden days in the presidency. Deputy Chairperson Bonga, thank you very much. My appreciation, especially for your support too. We will work together and we will run together where you need us as a department. And I heard that you did indicate that we have a broader responsibility for you as young people. I can't repeat it, that I do love young people. I'm saying I can't repeat it enough. I'll always say this. KwaZulu-Natal Department of Social Development, Head of Department, Mr. Kabasia, you just made my day, and so thank you very much for doing that. So you and Temba actually really made my day today when you presented. And I am saying this honestly from the bottom of my heart, because you just educated me on a number of things that I have to do in this department. And you just activated the feeling that I've had and the kind of a vision that I had, and I tried to speak to the acting DG, and so we are going to broaden the scope. Thank you very much. Deputy Director General Welfare Services, Ms. Mahangwe, and Acting Deputy Director General, Mr. Alpha Mahlako. Thank you for organizing this whole thing here. And all the government officials that I may not have mentioned. It doesn't mean that you are not important. I may not have enough time to acknowledge all of you as you are. But the private sector and civil society present, partners in the youth development and social development sector, I want to greet you all, fellow South Africans, and the most important people in the South, the young people. Sanbonani, Abusheni, Dumelang, Goeiemorgen. Good afternoon. How are you this afternoon? How are you this afternoon? Great. I'm glad that you see your future being bright. I'll talk to it later when I conclude. So, Tia, Motomuncha, Tia. Ina Mosha, Tina. Well, it is indeed a great honor for me this afternoon to be with you, our youth, and our partners in youth development today. I'm also grateful for the trust and honor that the President Cyril Ramaphosa has given to me with the appointment as Minister of Social Development just last week. It is a responsibility I truly do not take lightly. This year's National Youth Commemoration marks the 50th anniversary of the 1976 Youth Uprising, one of the defining moments in South Africa's liberation struggle and democratic journey. By the way, I was there. I may not have been in Soweto, but I was there as a young person immediately when the previous government introduced Afrikaans. So I did Afrikaans, I did maths in Afrikaans and I did geography in Afrikaans, and I did everything in Afrikaans, and I think that's when we couldn't take it. And then we went to the streets. So I was part of the young people. The way in Soweto, I was somewhere in Pumalanga, and we participated so that you have this opportunity where your own government is able to recognize you. So that was the defining moment of South Africa's liberation struggle and democratic journey. And the MEC says we don't expect you to die today because there's so many people who have died for you and for us. All you need to do is to make sure that you are very resilient and consistent. So the commemoration honors the courage, resilience, and sacrifices of the young people who stood up against injustice and helped shape the future of a free and democratic South Africa. The youth of our country in 1976 took to the streets to fight for freedom of many forms: freedom of movement, education, identity. The 2026 youth have a huge responsibility, which is yourselves, to fight against gender-based violence, substance abuse, and for economic freedom. This year, we also celebrate the 30th anniversary of the signing into law of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, a document that is celebrated all over the world as the most progressive constitution in the world. I want you as young people to go and read the Constitution, but dwell on chapter 2, where it talks about your rights, so that you understand where you stand as young people who are going to be older one day. We also celebrate the 70 years of the 1956 Women's March to the Union buildings. How can I forget that? Women of all walks of life showed unity of strength, resilience, and marched to the Union buildings to hand their memorandum to the then president of the apartheid South Africa, and I'm not going to mention his name, not with my mouth. So it was not only young people, it was also women who in their own right and in their own way tried to fight and did indeed fight the apartheid regime. Youth unemployment rate in South Africa remains critically high at 59.6% for youth aged between 15 and 24. And I think this is what you know, and this is what's said by Stats South Africa. 33.5% of this age group are not in employment, education, or training anywhere. Education retention poses a serious challenge. And this is what all the other speakers spoke before me emphasized: education. I read the statistics to you, or I read the statistics to you, not for the sake of reading them, but to show that government is aware of the challenges you face as young people. And as the speakers before me demonstrated that they understand your challenges. Throughout the engagement and build-up activities held in the month of June, referred to as Youth Month, I have in many ways realized that it takes an opportunity to grow a person. Hence our invested time to engage youth on available opportunities and skills over these 3 days. And that is why I say these speakers before me, they actually made my day, because they actually spoke about this reset that we speak about and that we stand for today. The 2026 National Youth Day commemoration of the 16th June was held under the theme Reset at 50. The future calls. With the slogan, our national commitment to the future for freedom lives in every generation. So it lives in yourselves, this generation. And is further anchored by the focus on mapping the barriers, auditing access for economic inclusion, So the commemoration formed part of a year-long national program aimed at reflecting on the legacy of the youth of 1976 and advance a national dialogue on the challenges and opportunities facing young people today, who remain in need of support, intervention, and investments to enable a brighter future. And I think this is what you want. And this is what the other three young people who came and stood here and spoke about. And I'm glad that the first speaker, the young man said, I am in business, but hard is not easy. So he is preparing yourself that when you venture into your business vision, don't think that is going to be easy. And I'm glad that it was said by a young person. Across the country this year is dedicated to youth who shall continue to be engaged as we pave new paths collectively in order to create leaders of tomorrow as we take our country forward to foresee the investments, strides that have been made by our youth dating back of the year to the year 1976. As South Africa reflects on the significance of the events of 16 June 1976, the 50th anniversary provides an opportunity not only to honor the sacrifices of the youth who confronted an unjust system, but also to reaffirm the country's commitment to building a future in which young people are empowered to realize their full potential. And this is what we want you to do, realize your full potential as young people. In this program underway, this one, you will be exposed to master classes, knowledge sets, and information on available opportunities to tap on as we reset at this 50th Jubilee commemoration. Our country has evolved. We have risen against challenges that our democracy has enabled us to conquer. We continue to face challenges within our communities, including an increase in poverty levels, collapse in some businesses, unemployment, and other ills such as gender-based violence. Some of the challenges are born of the past oppressions, the pandemics that strike globally, affecting every corner of the world. In all of this, we remain firm in investing in our youth through making provision of relevant skills needed by the economy to ensure a reset and a better future for the youth of our country. This Department of Social Development Youth Month commemoration has extended participation to various departments and stakeholders as we believe that together we shall always achieve more. Bonga, I think that's what you said. To collaborate, efforts have in the past and continue today to make a significant difference in the lives of our youth. Young people have without doubt demonstrated resilience and continue to strive to ensure that our country remains on the map and is a demonstration of a democratic state that many countries draw lessons from. We will continue to reach out to our youth in our efforts to ensure that generations to come do not face the same challenges following the investments that we make today. In our decisive efforts to empower our youth, the task lies in the need for all stakeholders in youth development to come together in order to support, empower, and enable the youth through relevant interventions, including knowledge and skills transfer. As different sectors, we need to support the youth to sustain programs, secure jobs, and other economic opportunities in order to enable the improvement of life circumstances as individuals, also within households and communities. We therefore wish to extend and express our appreciation to the Federal Republic of Germany, which has made significant investments in the development of our youth through the German Development Bank, commonly known as KfW. The Germans have built, as it was said in the morning when we were briefed, 17 multi-purpose community care centers, which I have confirmed that I will go and visit and see them in Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, and here in the province, MEC. So these facilities were constructed in response to the challenges we faced with the HIV and AIDS pandemic then, where we witnessed an increase in the levels of orphaned and vulnerable children and youth due to parents and caregivers succumbing then to the pandemic. This was before the advent of our comprehensive antiretroviral treatment, which is now the largest in the world. Today, we launch another of the initiatives at the very same facilities, which is known as Indlela Ditsila Pathways, Orphaned Vulnerable Children and Youth Skills Development Program. The overall goal is to empower OVCY, as I've read it in full earlier, with skills to be independent, self-reliant, and responsible citizens. Preparing and launching young people into a world of independent adulthood. And this is what you just said, HOD, that we have to make sure that our young people are independent and they must fight against being dependent adults. And we want them to be independent adults and integrate them into the labor market and society. Some of the current beneficiaries of this program have already testified here in front of us. To date, 6,311 young people have been exposed to social and soft skills, 1,014 limited hard skills such as property maintenance, cell phone repairs, sustainable farming and electrical house wiring, and 11 career fairs have been held across the three provinces, to link these young people with potential employers and further training opportunities. We therefore urge you as young people, our young people, to take these opportunities seriously and transform your lives. It's very important. Today is also important as we further commemorate Youth Month to take a glance at youth resilience in programs and business. With the pressing need for skills aimed at linking youth to the economy, our youth during the course of these 3 days will be engaged on experiences through masterclasses, as I said, exposing them to innovation labs, solving local challenges through digital solutions. I wish I was you, young people, because I was born before the 4IR. And so I struggle, to learn. I learn in the process, I didn't know how to use the computer and the laptop, and I'm learning. And now there's AI. We again, introduced into learning to understand the workings of AI. So you must take and grab these opportunities with both hands and appreciate it. The desire with this engagement is that we have youth who develop the mind by not only expecting opportunities, but youth who advance to finding innovative ways to create opportunities. So you have to create those opportunities for yourself. All we do, we give you skills, and then you can go out there and grow. Youth in our country remain the most vulnerable group in the labor market. As government, particularly the Department of Social Development, as a Department of Social Development, we are concerned about the increasing levels of unemployment that contribute towards youth poverty, hunger, and other vulnerabilities. It is with this understanding that we are here today as different stakeholders to share on available opportunities, encourage you as our youth, provide messages of support towards the youth development initiatives aimed at creating an enabling environment for young people. Our aim is to achieve this while concurrently providing opportunities for young people to build their knowledge, skills, and abilities, CEO Temba. And I'm glad that you invited them to speak directly to you so that they don't go around looking for you under the trees and under rocks and everything, because I know in offices sometimes it can happen. They go to the PA, they go round and round. The CEO is not here today, or he's not going to be here the whole week, he's not going to be here the whole month. Then it's 2 months, it's 3 months, and they have not seen you. We believe that engagement during this commemoration shall promote and encourage integration, youth zeal to keep striving towards achieving goals set for selves, the ones that you are setting for yourselves, for your families and communities where you come from, through youth development programs and available opportunities. I would like to encourage you to never grow weary, continue to work smart and hard in grabbing opportunities that government and the sectors have devised to support you. I would like to further call on every stakeholder in youth development to continue to work together on youth issues. Our youth need us. The persistently high youth unemployment rate, collapse in youth development programs and businesses have long been the most pressing socio-economic problems in South Africa. We need to act decisively on the issues of youth programs and youth unemployment. The time to act is now. Some of the young work seekers, young upcoming entrepreneurs, are in need of educational support and do not possess sufficient skills and previous work experience demanded by the economy. The economy demands skilled and experienced work seekers, which makes it difficult and lessens the chances for young people to have sustainable programs. Businesses find employment, which ultimately results in some losing hope. Accordingly, the department is implementing youth empowerment program guided by the National Youth Policy 2030. In ensuring effective implementation of national policy, the department has developed the DSD youth policy with 6 months priorities that enable us to monitor the impact of the programs towards improvement of the quality of life for the youth. South Africa stands at a demographic crossroads. Whether the country realizes a demographic dividend or faces a compounded inequality and fiscal strain will depend on the extent to which population priorities are integrated into planning, budgeting, and program implementation during the current term of government DG. I am raising this because on Saturday, the global community will be commemorating World Population Day with the theme Realizing the Hopes and Aspirations of Young People Today and for the Future. We also welcome the release of the UNFPA's Demographic Futures Survey yesterday. The report is titled Choices, Lives, and Futures: What Shapes Young Adults' Decisions About Relationships, Parenthood, and the Future. More than 100,000 people aged 18 to 39 from 73 countries across the world's regions participated in the survey, sharing the aspirations for partnership and parenthood, as well as the challenges they face in realizing these goals. So the report provides an opportunity to place evidence at the center of global discussions on democratic change, reproductive rights, and sustainable development. And I think these are the issues that, Dogotela, you were talking about from the Department of Women. The issues that should matter to young people and those whose decisions affect young people. You will note in the program that the United Nations Population Fund will do a presentation. Mr. Yu will do so on the report during this summit. We welcome and appreciate our partnership with the United Nations. As the future custodians of this country, I mean yourselves, I want to implore you to register to vote for the local government elections on the 4th of November. And please vote wisely. Of course, this is your country and you are the future, I just said so. So it's very important that you vote wisely. Don't stay away. Because if you don't go and vote, you are going to end up with what you are going to get. But if you walk out and go and vote, you will have made a decision. I'm also very excited about this Youth Month commemoration as it combines experiences, expression of challenges, but further research to continue pressing on as different sectors. I believe that this engagement shall bear fruit through invested knowledge and hope as you go on in these 3 days. And as I conclude, your future is created by what you do today. Not work hard, stay disciplined, which I know sometimes can be very difficult. Keep learning and never give up on your dreams. Success may not come overnight, I can assure you. You can look at all these leaders in front of you, their success did not come overnight. It may look like they overnight. I know, I've been there, I've been young. And my dreams, and some of my dreams, they fell off within the cracks somewhere. And I had to jump and leave them and continue and be resilient. So you have to be like that. You will never give up. It may not come overnight, but persistent and faith and determination will eventually open doors that seemed impossible to enter. I want to leave you with a song of Andra Day. Her song, Rise Up. I love it. You must go and listen to it. Andra Day, I'm sure you can sing it. He goes, I rise up, rise like a day, I rise up. So she says, I'll rise up. I'll rise up like a day. I'll rise up. I'll rise up unafraid. I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. So even if you fall once, you wake up, you rise up. If you fall again, you rise up. If you fall again, you rise up 1,000 times again. And you must rise like waves. You know waves, sometimes they go like this. Those who come from the Western Cape and in the KZN, they go like this. You see them rising and then they fall. But they're going to rise again somewhere there. So you rise as young people like waves. And she goes on and say, I will rise up in spite of the ache. You know, when you fall, it's not easy to stand up. Sometimes you can, if you fall in front of people, for some of us who used to be in athletics and who used to play netball and who used to run, if you fall, to wake up and dust yourself and follow the people who are running, who have jumped you, sometimes it becomes very difficult. And sometimes uphathwa amahloni ukuthi kodwa ngiwe kanjani. But when you run and you follow them, you may not be number one, like you were going to be, but you are going to end up maybe number 2 or number 3. But if you don't rise up, you are never going to be somewhere there. If you have watched runners, Bama Athletics on TV, there is one guy from, what is this country? I think it's Jamaica, who fell and who stood up again and who dusted himself and ran. There's nobody who's going to come and pick you up because everybody else is looking at the winning line. So you have to wake up yourself, jump up, you know, with all the aches that you feel. Rise up. And please do rise up 1,000 times again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. So we are now going to break for lunch. I know for sure the stomachs are talking different languages now. So this is the time. It's exactly 14:34 on my phone. And please let's come back to the podium or to this room at 15:34. So I'm giving everyone an hour to just then get the food and all of that. So with that, at the back, as you move out, we will first allow our political principals to leave the room first. As they leave, we're going to stand. Once they've left, that's when everyone else can then be able to leave the room. And in terms of the feeding station or the food station, our political principals as well as the executives, we're going back to the briefing room where we met. I know the CEO from AB4R was not able to make the briefing, but you're going to join the other colleagues there by the briefing room. And then in terms of then the technical team and the youth, we are going to back to the main hall where we had our breakfast. The others are clear, ne? So there's a request. There is a survey that is being run. There is a survey that is being run at the back. As you go out, please scan so you can then fill the survey to then give your input on the program and all the questions that are there. When we are eating, when you finish on time, please take your time to go through the exhibition stands. There's different promotional material and offerings that different stands are going to offer to you. I think that covers everyone in terms of where to go, how to go there. With that, let us stand on our feet to allow the political principals to leave the room. We're coming back here at 13:35, please. Oh, sorry, 15. Eish.
1, 2. 1, 2. Ke go fa all the lines now. 1. Agro 1, 2. 1, 2. So 1, 2. O sample thing I get it. I'm trying to check all the mics. 1, 2. I think I get it. Or a buyer. Gotta get buyer. Okay, let me just 1, 2. It's fine, eh?
Please maintain the order on the main foyer so we can continue. Can the side meetings wrap up, please? Side meetings, my lady. Can we wrap up the side meeting so we can proceed with the program? Thank you so much. And good afternoon once again, colleagues. You see, when we're busy saying amandla awethu as the youth, kibone hore. The amandla is good as soon as there's no food. But hey, how ka tsena dijo? A tsamaya matla all the amandla awethu a tsamaile at this point. Anyways, with that, okay. Our next conversation invites us to reflect on the choices that shape our lives and our future. And that is going to be led by Mr. Yu. So, with a round of applause, let's clap hands as he comes to the podium to go through the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, young people. I do have a presentation. It's up there, right? Yeah. All right, excellent. Thank you. All right. I hope you can hear me now. All right. So before I start, I just want to say thank you very much for giving the United Nations a space and to share some global perspective on young people and your future. Especially the United Nations Population Fund launched a global report yesterday on the theme, the title of the demographic futures for the young people. So it's very important to reflect the point that across every border and time zone, the heartbeat of young people remains universal. So basically, you share your joy in being connected, you share your pain because of systematic hurdles, but your resolute and fierce aspiration to build a just and a prosperous world and society remains universal across the borders. So next slide, please. And to begin with my presentation, I want to just share I'm Chinese, so there's a Chinese proverb says that the water, holds the boat, but it can also overturn the boat. So because we're discussing a subject called demographic change, demographic resilience, etc., which sounds very remote, statistical, boring, but it's a very powerful force and it is inevitable because it's a double-edged sword as the water. I think colleagues in the morning mentioned about the demographic dividend. You understand, you heard about this term, huh? Because if you reap that dividend when there's more young people in the working age, yes, it boosts the economy, etc. But it's also a ticking bomb if the dividend is not harnessed, if the young people is not empowered. Same can be said about migration. Is also one of the demographic change that the society is experiencing. And so if we navigate this space, you all know Sustainable Development Goals, that is a consensus of all the member states. And there's a 5 Ps representing the goals. And the first P is actually the people, the power of people. The rest are like a planet, prosperity, partnership, etc. So the people is actually at the center of the development agenda for all of us. So then so I will just provide a very brief summary of the report that was launched globally yesterday. And there's some disclaimer because it covers about 100,000 young people all over the world, and but through online surveys across 73 countries. And the results is not like a country representative, even if like South Africa is part of the countries being surveyed. So some disclaimer. Next, please. Yeah. So basically, globally, has been an interesting debate for the last, say, 5 years or a decade or so. The debate is about whether at the heart of the contemporary demographic debate, not whether young people want families, but why so many are finding it harder to have a family. I think that's one subject's being debated all across the globe. And so the survey actually tried to address that particular question many governments and young people are having. And the results is profound. And basically, the prevailing narrative often suggests that young people today are rejecting traditional family life. But the data shows a very different story. Actually, the aspiration of young people for partnership, for family, and for stability is actually shared across the globe. Next, please. And the young people are actually not rejecting family, but they're reacting to the constraints every young people is facing all over the world. And here is the story. So young people want family, but they're reacting to a severe structural constraint on their vision to realize it. Next, please. Now I just want to give you a few snapshots of the key messages from that survey. First and foremost, amongst the young people surveyed, the top issues and challenges they face or they perceive in the world includes conflict, economic insecurity, and inequality. Next slide. But surprisingly, like 2/3 of those young people surveyed feel positive about their future. It's kind of, paradox, huh? And next, please. And basically, the young people told us that they want to achieve economic security and they want to be healthier. I think it's very simple. It's very small dreams. But why such a small aspiration is facing dramatic, significant challenges all over the world? Next, please. And then out of these young people interviewed, 2/3 wants to establish a family. Surprisingly, because a lot of people saying the young people these days don't want to form a family, they're not interested in having a relationship, etc. But actually it's the opposite. 2/3 wants to have a family. And next. And 2 children remains the global norm. 5 out of 7 regions interviewed, they prefer 2 children. But you see different narratives that the total fertility rate, you might understand that the terminology, like the number of children every woman will have in their lifetime is less than 2. And there's a replacement level 2.2, 2.1, 2.3. But a lot of countries are having the total fertility less than that. But it's not the case. Actually, people want to have, on average, 2 children. And next one. But then why they could not fulfill their reproductive desire, the number of children they want? It has a lot to do with economic and housing constraints. These are the top 2 challenges the young people faces globally for establishing a family. Next. Last but not least, there's also a very interesting gender dimension to it, because sometimes the boys' answer and vis-a-vis the girls' answer are quite different, very different. And it's very interesting to say that when women face an unequal distribution of unpaid care and a penalty in the workforce, they react rationally by having fewer children than they ideally intend. So it's a natural choice of women because women share the burden. Young women in particular share a lot of burden than men. They answer those questions differently from compared with their counterpart. Next, please. Yeah. So I was actually this week, early this week, I was listening to a podcast. I don't know if you know this South African famous reporter, Trevor Noah, right? Yeah. He had a podcast this week. I listened, and fascinating. He was talking about fertility. There was a question about that, and he said something very interesting. He said that for the first time in history, men and women have the agency to choose how they live their lives. In the past, life just happened to you or happened to us. But today we have the freedom to decide if, when, how many children we have. He's in the demographer now. But that freedom is hollow without a foundation, because basically the survey shows while young people want to have two children, many feel they cannot achieve that goal. Financial insecurity, the lack of affordable housing, and the instability of employment are not just personal setbacks, they're structural barriers. So this is just the reality globally. Next, please. So let me just zoom in a little bit to South Africa, because I have to really congratulate the Department of Social Development, especially the population unit, for a brilliant population policy 25-year review. And one of the interesting conclusion from that review is that, yeah, the country is in an interesting dilemma. Dilemma, on one hand, you have a lot of young people. There's a huge potential for human capital. But at the same time, the country is moving fast towards a older society, more go-go's around. And so basically your generation, in 30 years, you will have a lot of, your parents at 65, above 70 to take care, and you have a lot of children to take care at the same time. I still vividly remember the presentation from the DSD saying a sandwich population. Unfortunately, I have to say, you're amongst those sandwich population, or become the sandwich population that the society is transforming into. Next, please. Yeah, so, and then that study also has an interesting convergence with the global, result from the global survey. Basically, South Africa's youthful population face the exact economic and the structural barriers identified globally. So there's no difference. You're facing the same challenges everywhere. Next, please. And I really appreciate the way the population policy review structured the key issues, the family structure. For example, do you know, South Africa, 50% of the households is headed by female, by women, 50%. This is the highest, almost the highest globally, right? And there's, of course, there are issues to do with the basic service delivery because of the spatial distribution of population, allocation of resources, building the infrastructure, whether or not reflect the needs of the people. But also the last is, but not least, is the need of the reproductive justice framework. And we truly congratulate South Africa for having that justice framework for the reproductive agency amongst young people. Next, please. Yeah, so give you maybe a sneak peek of what's going to happen in 2050, because you will by then maybe 40, 50 years old. And this is the world you are living into. And you still have time to prevent it from happening, right? There will be immense pressure on the pension scheme because a lot more people, double the older people. And the country will rapidly urbanize for the next 20 years, from 66% today to almost like 80%, according to government reports. That means more and more people moving into urban settings, hollow out those rural villages. You don't have young people in the villages. They're all migrating to cities, seeking for opportunities. So you're adding the burden, but you basically is a brain drain from many provinces. And yeah, then of course there's a lot of skills that's required by 2050, which is different from today. And there was a lot of discussion about demographic dividend. I tried to share a different perspective because when we discuss demographic dividends, we're talking about biological dividends. It's the number of working age population, the dependency ratio, how many people working to pay for the education for their kids and to support older people. That's the biological definition of demographic dividend because you have a bulge of a working age population. But today's requirement is very different. There is also a silicon dividend that we are facing today. The AIs, the robotics. Actually, the HOD said in the morning that it's about productivity. So how do we combine the issue of those biological, the population dividends, with those productivity dividends? Is a very serious question to be debated in South Africa. Next, please. Yeah. So last but not least, just to share the UNMP offer as an organization, demographic resilience is what we are offering to the member states. So we support building more evidence, try to provide upstream policy advice, downstream implementation support. We try to help reshape the narrative so that the policy is more aligned with the facts and the foresights of the population change. And of course, we support capacity development of institutions and in individuals. Next, please. And this is just an illustrative demonstration to say how then this framework may be aligned with the population policy, because DSD is in the process of having a roadmap to address, implement some of those recommendations. And this is what the United Nations population may be able to offer to you. Next, please. So to conclude, just today, every 3 people born in the world, there's 1 in this continent, and that is still growing. And the continent will remain the only major region with population growth by 2100. So that's the kind of potential if you reap those potential, right? Next. And the study, my personal takeaway is that despite the fact all those young people pointing out to the conflicts today, to the economic insecurity today, to the rapid change of environment, climate, etc. today, you remain remarkably capable for hope. You are really, really full of hope. I was telling Chief Director at lunchtime to say, we cannot fail you in this hope, but we also need you to build that hope, to materialize hope together. Next. So the point, the message to the government is that the government cannot fix demographic macro trends without fixing the macroeconomic reality of their young people. So the country needs to deal with both macro issues, but also the individual life and the lived reality, lived economic challenges that the young people is facing. Next, please. So last but not least, just to conclude and say, the demographic change presents significant opportunities when navigated correctly. So there is a dividend the country can reap. By centering individual agency, expanding reproductive choices, and investing in the socioeconomic conditions young people require, societies will not just adapt to the demographic shifts, they actually thrive of these demographic shifts. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yu, for the zooming in. I think you just drew a great parallel to just show how life is going to look like in the next 30 which allows the youth in the room to then see how then the choices we are making today can then affect the 30 years or the kind of life and the quality of life we'll be living in the next 30 years. So thank you so much for that. With that, we'll be moving to the panel discussion. Since morning, we have heard from leaders, and this afternoon, we hear from the generation writing South Africa's next chapter, and that is yourself as the youth. One of the greatest way to honor the youth of 1976 is by listening to the voices of 2026, which are the voices that exist today. So, with that, please allow me to welcome our panelists to the stage. First, we're going to have the Managing Director of Youth in Action, Mr. Mandla Mthembu. Please let's clap our hands as he comes to stage. Okay. As he comes, allow me to also welcome CEO and Managing Director of Marok's Laundry Service, Ms. Tulufelo Moeng. Let's clap our hands. Let's also then allow the founder director of IX Seasons Wellness Spa, Mr. Quinton Mahlomi, to come onto stage. Let's also welcome the program coordinator, Pa Telopilu Youth Development Center, Ms. Mulebogeng Mutipe. And lastly, please let's welcome the founder and the director of Mashoba Crafts Pty Ltd, Ms. Olwetu Shoba. Thank you so much, colleagues. As you can see, we have the youth here, or the fellow youth here sitting in front of us, and are going to then partake or engage in this panel discussion as we then dive into the different challenges and opportunities which they've realized in their respective corners. And whilst doing that, thank you so much, my lady. In front of you, you have mics. Each one of us should have a mic which is allocated to themselves. Rule will be that as soon as you are done speaking, please switch it off so that it doesn't interfere with the sounds. Is that okay? Let's try to then have our mic closer to our mouth when we're speaking, so the projection of our voices is then audible to the house inside here. So this morning we've heard from the government leaders, the institutions about programs and the opportunities available to us as young people. This afternoon, we shift the focus to something equally important, which is then the voices of young people themselves. Behind every successful initiative, every thriving business, and every community project is a young person who simply decided to begin. Today's panel reminds us that leadership isn't something you wait to be given. It begins when you choose to make a difference wherever you are. Okay, with that, my panelists, we're gonna introduce ourselves. In the next, we'll start from my left to my right. You're gonna tell us who you are. You tell us who you are. You tell us about the organization that you represent or your business that you are doing, and also tell us what inspired you to start that business. I'm over to you, my lady.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Molebogeng Motsipe, Program Coordinator from Kgatelopele Youth Development Forum in the Northern Cape. Our services that we render mostly to the community, basically we work with younger people. We render services like skills development, educational, community engagement, and empowering youth on their individuals. Mostly the things that motivates me in working with youth, working in the center, is because helping another is something that motivates and empowers them. Resilience is something that makes them see that whatever that you desire, whatever that you want, if you believe, anything is possible. Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Quentin Musomi. I am a qualified massage therapist. Um, and I'm the founder and director of Nine Season Wellness Spa. So basically, we offer spa services like your massages, sports massage, geriatric care, prenatal massage. And what inspired me to start the business is I just saw a gap in the industry that nobody's actually taking. Like people just move to what's actually trending, like your nails and doing content and everything. So I took it as I'm going to offer services in which of I want to help people, recover from injuries, recover from whatever stress they're feeling. So hence I started the business, and currently it's very doing well. It's the 90s Wellness Spa. It's one of the best spas in Rustenburg currently. So yes, I'm very proud of that. And yeah, that's me and that's my business. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tulofelo Moeng. I'm a graduate. I did a BTech and National Diploma with Swana University of Technology, and then I furthered my studies again with Northwest University. And then I'm from Ventersdorp, and then I'm the founder, the CEO, Managing Director of Marox Laundry Services. And I'm also a beneficiary, one of the beneficiaries of National Development Agency, one agency that is focusing on poverty eradication. What we do in Marox, we offer laundry services. We do the washing of clothes, we do the folding, we do the packages, we do wash sneakers. We do several laundry services, such as steaming of clothes. And then what inspires me to do what I do currently is me searching for a job for a long time. Then I couldn't find it. And then I followed the slogan, be the change. You need to start with what you have where you are, and then you need to keep moving. You will never know until you try. So that's what inspired me. Then we started, and then to this date, it is still running. And we are grateful. Thank you for.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Mandla. My name is Mandla Mtembu, born and bred from Friede, a small town in the Free State. I'm the founder and the managing director of the organization called Youth in Action, based in Kwakwa, in the Free State. We are an organization that runs youth programs focusing on skills development, food security, environmental, and then what inspired me? A long one. In 2003, I lost my mother due to HIV and AIDS. I think it was new at that time. And when she passed away, my mother was a second wife to my father. Then the first wife and I, we didn't cross path. So social development, that's when I went to stay in the Radon Children's Home in Kwakwa from Friede. Mind you, when I went there, I was just a Zulu guy. Zulu! So I had to move from Friede, where I was staying, moving to Kwakwa. That's when I was staying in the Radon Children's Home. When I got there, it was only Sutus. And then here I come, Minangis Kulmelis Zulsageti, knowing nothing. But I stayed there until I turned 18 years. And then when I left, I went to Muteo Tibet College, where I was doing my project management. Now, staying in Leratung taught me a few things. One was the way other kids were treated. Others were smoking, others, because of their challenges or the background that we were coming from, as the kids were staying there. So that's when I decided to start this organization called Youth in Action Organization, because I wanted to plow back to the community, giving them the chance that I didn't get growing up. So that's basically Youth in Action and how it started. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Olwetu Shoba, the founder and director of Mashoba Crafts Ltd, PTY Ltd. I'm 23 years old. Okay. My business, Mashoba Crafts, specializes in branding, customizing, and sublimation. I'm also here as a proud beneficiary of the private service and organization based in Lamontville, Durban, but it is funded by Department of Social Development. It will take long on what inspired me to have a small business like this, even though now it's a bigger, because even in my township they know me, Mashoba. Yes. What inspired me? In 2023, I was just another unemployed young person with dreams but no opportunities. But many young people in our communities, I sent out CVs after CVs without success. I know I wanted to change my life, but I didn't know where to begin. As a single mother's child, everything changed when I joined the private service, a community organization based in Lamontville, which is funded by Department of Social Development. I joined as a volunteer after I completed my degree in 2023 in public management. I joined as a volunteer at a program at the private service, which was meant to last for 18 months. While volunteering without getting any stipend, I worked at the information dissemination desk where Lamontville Township community come and do their CVs, come and apply. That's where I saw that even though I assisted people with drafting CVs, applying for jobs online, accessing different opportunities, every day I met a young person who were just like me, qualified, talented, but unemployed. Instead of becoming discouraged, I asked myself for only one question. If I keep waiting for opportunities, who is going to create opportunities for us? This question changed my life. When the private service introduces entrepreneurship, you guys will forgive me, I'm not too fluent in English, so I'm reading what I wrote. Okay. Okay, so I introduced, okay, while I was at the private service in Lamontville, they introduced an entrepreneurship and business management training program through National Youth Development Agency. At that time, I always dreamed of owning a winery company. I always had this mind of having a business, but I didn't know where to start. I immediately grabbed the opportunity when we were trained by NYDA, where we did entrepreneurship and starting your business idea training. I got my certificate. The training taught me something very powerful. I could become a job creator instead of only looking for jobs. Soon afterwards, as I was selected by the private service to attend IT essential training, which was we wrote exam here in Gauteng. Okay, it was fully paid and we were trained by Cisco Academy. We obtained IT essential certificates, which was fully funded. And when I came back from Gauteng, we were also trained to become facilitators. When I came back to Gauteng, that's when I was told by the private service that I'll no longer be volunteer, but I'll start working for them. That's when I started to get a stipend, putting a bread in the table. After completing my training, the private service offered me an opportunity to become a basic end user computer facilitator. Because I was also good. Remember, I also assisted people with typing CVs. So basic end user, that's what we teach people. Yes, to know basics of a computer. I'm sorry if I'm taking too long. I'm almost done. Okay, while teaching computer skills, I realized many people in my community back home in Umzinto did not know how to type their CVs, apply for jobs online, and even send emails. I saw a business opportunity. I started online internet cafe where I can help them while I'm still in Durban. But my business unfortunately failed. Okay, it was painful. I invested my time, my energy, and my hope it did not work. But failure did not define me. It's prepared me. Later, I got an opportunity to work as a freelancer at another NPO. Instead of spending the money earned, I saved every cent because I had another dream. That's when I saw that I'm more interested in a computer, in designing. You know, I'm always inspired. Even this hoodie that I'm wearing, I'm the one who branded it. Okay. Finally, in August 2025, I brought my machines while I was saving every cent of my money. My machines cost me 20,000 rand. I was saving, I was still getting 350, you know, all those stuff, everything that I got, I saved it. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my panelists. And perhaps allow me to introduce myself as well. I think for the birth of the day, I was the master of the ceremony. But now I am the facilitator. Once again, my name is Ignite. And I'm a fellow youth who has founded two operational companies. One is environmental consulting, and the other one is A&M that deals with branding, training, marketing, and strategies for different businesses. And the reason for A&M to exist is I've seen how young people and black businesses in general, they have a plan and but they only can operate in a small scale. They don't really have much plan in terms of scaling up their business to move from small businesses to then a larger scale kind of a business. And that's this gap which A&M then exists under. So in terms of then, that is my introduction, and I will be your facilitator for this panel in this evening. So jumping right into Mr. Mandla Mthembu, say, what inspired you to establish Youth in Action?
Hello. Oh, Lehantle. Lehantle. Ke a leboha. As I mentioned earlier, that when I lost my mother in 2003, I went to the Radon Children's Home, where there's a lot of kids around the first state from different areas around the first state where I was staying with in the center. Now, most of them, even where I come from in Free, there were a lot of challenges, substance abuse. Some of us, gender-based violence, it has been there. It's just that it was not so loud like today. Some of us, we've seen, some of us, re bone batswadi ba rona, bana thabo mme wa rona in front of us. So that's where I come from. Because my father actually was a king. Now, being a king, he felt that he owns the world. And that's when he had a second wife because the first wife couldn't conceive for him the boy's child, which then I became one. Now, after my mother, then I went to the Radon Children's Home. That's when I went to Motheo College. Coming back from Motheo College, because now I was having a project management certificate, then it was easy for me to start an organization. That's when I started. Before Youth in Action, it was Youth with a Purpose,
Yeah.
where I was trying to give young people a purpose. I started working with youth who are on drugs, going to them, giving them food, praying, but it didn't work.
Yeah.
I had to close it down. And lucky because now I'm from the chief's side, my father was a chief, I got a tender of 1.8 million, where I was doing a road between Friede and Meme. To be honest, I ngiyayidla. Angiyidlile bhuti wami. So after Monu, okay, first of all, I did the work. The work was complete.
Yeah.
And after completing the work, I had a challenge with SARS because now one didn't understand how SARS operates. After chowing the 1.8, then I was owing SARS 380,000 rand. I had to sell my car. I went back to the guy who gave me the tender to say I'm in trouble. And he also came to my rescue, he assisted. Then I paid SARS. After paying SARS, then that's when I said, no, this is not for me. I went back. I said, no, let me start an organization. That's when I started Youth in Action. Uh, Now, my background and where I was staying in London, that's what inspired me because knowing that we are having kids who doesn't have a home, who doesn't have a skill, who doesn't have somebody to cry. That's when I said, no, let me start this organization so that I can also assist young people like me and also guide them because telling a story like eating 1.8 million is something to somebody.
Yeah.
You are inspiring somebody and they'll also learn from those mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what inspired me to start Youth in Action organization.
Okay, thank you so much, my good sir. So, what challenges that youth is faced with, which concerns you the most today? What would you say is the challenge that as youth we are faced with, that concerns you as a person that is leading the organization?
One, it's unemployment. Two, substance abuse. Most of our youth today, we are drinking more than, I don't know. Some of them, they don't even understand who they are after they are done. And the third one, I would say, it's we no longer have kids who are playing. There's no
Okay.
sports anymore. Now, when you go to schools, that's why the teenage pregnancy in schools is very high today because there's no sports. Now we decide to these learners or kids, they decide to start their own sports, which is sex. Because now government doesn't allow learners to play. They only allow them, they want them to study and study and study. Now that's basically what I can say for now.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for that. And what would you say has been the most or your proudest moment with while working with young people?
One, this year in March, Youth in Action, we are running, there's a program that we are running, we call it Change Maker. It's funded by Masefunde, which is a national organization based in the Eastern Cape. This year we had one participant who went to Germany to represent the organization. And then also currently as I speak, we are employing 48 young people within the organization. And then also we are a beneficiary or the beneficiaries of social development grant currently. We are doing skills development on behalf of social development training non-profit organizations within the province itself. Yeah.
Thank you so much, my good sir. A round of applause. Which is then making me then move to the next panelist, Ms. Tulufela Moheng. Laundry services aren't usually the first businesses that young people think of. So what made you to see the opportunity there?
Okay, thank you for the question. What made me to see the opportunity there, I started selling biscuits before moving to laundry. Okay. As I was saying, I started selling biscuits. And then while I was doing my deliveries, especially in the hospitals and clinics, I managed to see that, okay, people are busy. Now, laundry is a time consuming thing to them. So I took that opportunity and then I ran with it to say, okay, let me try this because I want to know. And as soon as we started, it ran, we got the support from professionals from different areas because most of them, they are not from our location. They are from different locations. So we have educators, people from far. Some of them, they come for some visits, maybe for vacations, so they know that they can find us. So that's what inspired me that we are living in a very busy time.
Yeah.
People are busy, they are not lazy.
Yeah.
So we took one chore from them so that they can be able to do other chores.
Interesting. Thank you so much, my lady. So far, what have been your biggest challenges when you were starting your business?
Thank you for the question. Our biggest challenge was to serve someone as young as you. Uh, it was a new thing. I thought that after completing my BTech and my national diploma and my PGCE, I'll be in the corporate world. But now someone as young as me is coming and I need to serve that person. But then I had to rethink again that that person is giving you money. It's business. And not all of us will be in the corporate world. Some are job seekers, some are job creators. So it was very challenging to deal with that. And then another thing was marketing. Because when I started, I didn't even have Facebook. I was not even active in social media platforms. But that didn't stop me. I was able to connect with other colleagues, and then we were able to win the program of marketing.
Okay. Thank you so much, my lady. So, what advice would you give someone who wants to start a business? Say, for example, we have youth here who has been sitting with a business idea, but having started because they lack the confidence. So, what advice would you give to such a person in this room today?
Okay, thank you again for the question. Proverbs 18, verse 21 states that death and life are in the power of the tongue. So you need to tell yourself that you can basically do it because no one will come to you and do it for you. And you start where you are with what you have. And do not hesitate to stand and believe in whatever that you want to start. Whether someone is saying something negative about it, you are the reason why you want to start the thing. You know the vision and you know the mission of the thing that you want to start. So you are going to start it yourself, whether there's confidence or not. But what you say to yourself, it's a seed that you plant to yourself. So confidence or not, you move with it, you run with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the youth here today is hearing that all you need to do is to start. Confidence or not, if you have an idea, you just have to start. You don't have to figure out everything immediately. A lot of things you'll figure out as you proceed with whatever journey that you would have chosen to then begin with. Moving to my lady, Molebogeng Motsipe. As someone coordinating youth programs, what do you think is as a skill that youth need the most today?
Thank you for the opportunity. In most communities, youth need access to opportunities. Mostly our youth don't use the service deliveries that we get from the communities. Instant like our libraries. Libraries can help us use the internet whereby we can do a research where to link with the job opportunities, how to get more information about certain things. Another thing, mentorship. Our youth need people who will mentor them because nowadays they've lost hope as much as they have been applying for jobs, for opportunities, but then there hasn't been any opportunity. So most of them have lost hope on anything as possible on happening. They need mentorship, people who will guide them to show them that anything is possible if you believe. Uh, Another thing, practical skills. There are online opportunities, free online opportunities that youth can take to get the certificates that will render them some of the jobs that are there. There are opportunities, online opportunities whereby you study online and then you will be able to be rendered a certificate that will be able to get you a job.
Yeah.
Yes. And then the entrepreneurship support. Youth need to learn that sitting alone and thinking of starting something that you do not believe in is not going to help. As youth, we need to stand together and make an impact. We need to stand together, come up with ideas on how to change our lives. Yes, it's not easy. Money is not going to change everything. But if you don't stand on your own, start something from your own, then nothing will happen. There are fundings out there that will help you to become whatever that you want.
Okay.
And then support that can build them, to build their confidence, to prepare them for the future.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, my lady. I think one other thing that, yes, please. One other thing that I had and highlighted is mentorship. In terms of mentorship, fellow youth, it's not a matter of the mentor must identify you and come to you. Sometimes, if you see a person that is in the area of business or area of skill set that you aspire to be in, you can approach them and be like, you know what, this is me. I'm looking to be where you are. How did you get there? And that's how you start having a mentor, because you don't have to start paving a way when someone has already done it. You don't have to reinvent the wheel whilst the wave has been paved and there's someone who's already there. All you have to do is to ensure that you get yourself a mentor and be able to then be equipped with the necessary skills and access to whatever that you're looking to then get. So with that, so what opportunities are available that many young people don't know about that they can be able to then simply tap into that will benefit their livelihoods?
Free skills trainings, internships, entrepreneurship support, and then there are government fundings that we can, if you have an idea as an individual to start something, there are government funds that you can apply. Not only focusing also on government funds, there are also an individual donors where you can go. There are people who are interested. If you have a business or anything in mind that you want to start, something that is valid, you engage. Let us learn to engage with different stakeholders. There might be that one person who is interested to uplift you from where you are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my lady. Our youth, as youth, we are existing within different communities. I know we have representation from different provinces here today, and we then exist in different communities. And at times, youth tend to feel like they are not supported in terms of the work that they are looking to do. So, with that, what role should communities play in youth development?
Community must create a safe and a welcoming environment. Our community needs to support one another. A way forward is to support one another. Let us stop mocking one another. At some point, we tend to, if I start something and then it doesn't work out, we tend to look at what people are going to say. These people are saying this. Let us focus on building something solid, something that might change our future, something that is going to benefit us, something that you know that once it's solid, you're going to bring be a positive impact in your community where you will reduce the rate of unemployment in the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. Moving to Mr. Quinton Mushomi. Sir, as a person, a young person that has a business, what does meaningful youth leadership look like today?
Um, Leadership today, it's not about having the loudest voice in the room. It's about creating a space for young people or to anyone who needs employment to grow and to develop. It's the meaning of just leadership. It's just to create space, change families, change everything that was wrong, or maybe give out opportunities to people so the situations can change. That's the meaning of leadership in today's time.
Thank you so much, sir. And how can young people become active in their communities without even funding?
First of all, the youth needs to cultivate opportunities by viewing the things that the the community needs. Like maybe let's say you have a gap. Maybe you see that people have dirty cars all the time. That's when you can cultivate and see, okay, there's an open market. As the youth, let me just take the soap at home, or let me just take the 350 that I got from Sasa and maybe purchase some few things and maybe cultivate the small gap in the market and maybe wash cars in the community. That's what you can do. Just see what you can do, the things that you can change. Don't just wait for maybe someone and say, Joe, I'm gonna give you a job. Just send your CV or what. You're gonna wait until forever. So
Yeah.
just see what you can do for yourself and just stand up and just change your situation.
Oh, beautiful. And whilst on that, would you say as the youth, are we waiting too much for the opportunity instead of creating them?
I feel like we are because of, for instance, I started my business during COVID times. I lost my job, went back home, and my mother was providing. She was the only provider, and then my stepfather did not work, and I did not wait for anyone. As soon as the president announced that we're going to have the 350s, I took that opportunity and registered my business, and then bit by bit started building it. I didn't wait for any opportunity. I just created my own opportunity, and in which of I also saw an opportunity with NYDA, and I applied for funding, in which
Yeah.
of I got funding, and then fast forward down the line, um, working with hospitals like big hospitals like Life Healthcare Cutlery, with wellness events, corporate events, being able to massage influencers. It's I didn't wait for anyone to show me the ropes or do anything without any mentorship. I just told myself like, oh, I want to change my situation. I want to be the one also providing at home, not just looking at my mother and saying, Mom, how was work today? And can I please have 1,000 rand? I need to go out with my friends or do something like that. No, I just made sure that I just grabbed the opportunity for myself and just change my story and to be able to, employ youth, be able to create opportunities for other people. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. A round of applause. Moving to yourself, Mashoba. Please tell us about a moment when you wanted to give up. When I think one other thing that the misconception that we have as the youth is the overnight success, whereby because of the era which we live in, the era of social media, and you just have a good highlight of what a business or running a business look like, because people hardly post the times when things are really down. You don't have a client, or the clients that you had has run out, and the business is not just doing well. So I want us to then zoom into that, and where you tell us about a time where you felt like your business was hitting the rock bottom, and why didn't you then give up? What made you to hold on still?
If when you're entering an industry, there are people who are well known in that industry. So obviously, for the first few months, you won't get any customers. You'll advertise, have TikTok accounts, Facebook accounts. Even challenges that even people who know you that you are doing that business, they wouldn't recommend you. They won't recommend you. They just go to someone else for that business that you are doing, because you are not yet well known in the industry. My Shoba craft was really struggling to get customers. I even questioned myself if I would succeed, but I remembered how far I've come from saving every cent that I've got. I remembered that from being unemployed to volunteering at DYS, receiving training, and starting my own company, I kept going. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, my lady. And I think that's one of the important things, where many of us as youth, we are somewhat very scared of failure. We look at failure as something that we must run away from. And like she has touched on, we live in an era of social media where now we think about, hey, what would people think or what would people say should they see that this small business that I wanted to start didn't go accordingly. And if you were to check properly for a lot of business owners, there's a lot of failures that we are coming across. And what I've seen is just resilient. When you fail at this at plan A, you go at B. When B doesn't work, you go at C. So what's now laboring on failure? What has failure taught you as a business owner?
What failure taught me is that umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu okokuqala nje lokho. When you want something, you ask for help. You talk to people who know people. That's what failure taught me. You can't do everything alone, which is why at Mashoba Craft, even now, I've got big orders. With my big orders, I've even employed 3 people who are unemployed, you know. So, yeah, even though they are not fully employed, but that's what taught me that not everything you can do alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The power of partnerships. More than anything, you don't have to do it on your own. If you see that my skill set is A, and if I pair it up with B, we can do a magic to that. Relationship, I mean, business is all about relationships before it's anything. And the networks, if you go into business and the tree is not there, unfortunately, you're just going to be trading in your own space and not be able to go anywhere in with your business. With that, I'm gonna allow questions from the youth here in the room. Do we have? Oh, we do have questions. So we are going to take a total of 5 questions. We have Ubuti there. There's one there by the corner, 2, 3 from my lady at the back, 4 from my lady in the middle, and 5 from the back. Okay, that is sorted. We will borrow mics from here so we allocate to the questions on the floor. When asking questions, please keep your hands raised so that they can give you the mic and identify you. So when you have a question, please direct it to the person whom you want to you then ask, so that the person that is responsible can be able to answer. Is that clear? Okay, so starting with Ubuti here, in white. What is your question say, and who are you asking it from? You can start by introducing your name and then the question and the person you're asking.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Cha nathi lesichamuka eMpumalanga siyaphila Nkosi yami. Amen. Ligama lami nginChristopher wakaGumedza Sibongo, ngichamuka eMpumalanga eBarberton eHlanzeni region under the Umjindi sub-district, under the leadership of Miss Pindile Matsebula, who is an assistant manager ka-DSD. Ngichamuka eMjindini Trust Youth Information Center. It's an NPO, it's a youth development center. What you guys are doing, we are also doing, right? Sisonke mos. Just to be in short, I just want to ask my brother there. I just forgot the name, my brother, but you are a massage therapist, or you own a massage therapist business, right? So my brother, I just want to know what misconceptions do people have about the massage business? Thank you.
Um, I'm very happy to. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm very happy to answer that question. We 18, I think, all of us, or above. So the biggest misconception about the massage business, it's people having this mindset or concept of that massage business is about pleasure. It is not about pleasure. It's wellness. Hence, my business is 9 season wellness spa. So I focus on wellness. Hence, I'm collaborating with hospitals like Health Life Healthcare, and then giving out my services to old age homes during the time. We will check on social media. We'll speak afterwards. But then again, um geriatric care, it's just a concept whereby we massage elderly people. They don't have much mobility, and then we give out that type of service to them. And then it's massage, it's more much of healthcare. It's not about what people have, this mindset that people have, that massage is all about pleasure or anything like that. No, it's healthcare. It's about, people have, for example, people sitting down the whole day at work. They tend to have knots on their muscles, so they come to us. We release those knots and on their muscles, so they can have like a much mobilized body, or just be rejuvenated. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. We're going to then take our next question, which is Uputi there by the corner.
Sanborn. Yebo, my name is Sifundo Sibiya from KZN. I'm under Tumbini Community Care Center. My question is directed to Mr. Quinton. So, Mr. Quinton, Mr. Quinton, how do you handle the gender stereotypes? Because the nature of your job, I mean, is mostly done by women. We usually see women in the nature of your job. So how do you handle the stereotype around our community?
That's a good question as well. Let me start by saying this. All of us, when we are struggling with mobility, we go to physiotherapist, right? Yeah. Do we choose? Do we want a female physiotherapist? We don't choose. I need to mailboxes. I need. Yes. So they have to help you. So it's not a matter of I'm a male massage practitioner or there's a female massage practitioner. And then me saying this in my business, immediately when you come in as a client, there's an intake form that you're supposed to sign. Declaration that this is healthcare service. It's not a matter of pleasure. It's not a matter of you have to choose a massage therapist that you are comfortable with. No, it's a matter of you went to the doctor, you went out seeking for help. So that seeking for help, you can't choose whether I would need a massage therapist who's a female or a male. No, that's how I handle it. I handle it professionally, and that's how it's supposed to be because it's healthcare, it's wellness. Yeah, I think I answered you properly.
Thank you so much. We're going to move to the lady in the middle. Yes, my lady, you can introduce and then pose your questions.
Hi everyone, to the panelists, hello. My name is Nontantla from Bumalanga as well. My question is to Uma Shoba. I've started a business some time back, ngenzela abantu ama-poster, yabo. So something happened, AI yafika. So people are now, yabo, but ChatGPT ukuthi abenzele, and then they, yeah. So I don't know if there's something you can tell me because I'm disappointed about Jay, what happened. So I don't know what can you say to me because I've left the business. I used to do my posters for churches. They pay me 50 rand ganjal. So I don't know what you can say to me. Thank you.
Ngizophendula umbuzo wakho. Okay, into engingayisho ukuthi mina noma kuthiwa u-AI ukhona, but zikhona izinto ezi-rare umuntu asuke ezidinga kwipost yakhe. Because even me too, I once did ama-poster for abantu, ngenza ama-profile for their companies. But khona umuntu ozofuna into unique yakhe. U-AI vele ukhona siphila kuwona into esesiphila ngayo manje. But khona umuntu ofuna i-unique yakhe, into oyichaza ngendlela yakhe and ozohluleka ukusebenzisa u-AI. Yes, ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, my lady. I hope you are answered. Thank you so much. We're going to move to my lady here. If the mic can then be taken to her. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Ndaba Eastern Cape. Greetings to the panel and thank you very much for this opportunity. MC, looking beautiful as ever. Straight to my question. This question is for Mr. Quintin. I'm so sorry that all of us are aiming our questions to you. But here's the thing, Mr. Quintin. I had a beauty spa before. I was informally trained by Theravine, and then I started opening my own spa. I think there was a question here that was asking, what do we do when we are asked for happy endings? And yes, unfortunately, it's part of the things that we deal with, the challenges. Now, I stopped because my business was in a suburban area, number one. It was accommodating, okay, let me rather say, it was attracting, I don't want to sound any type of a way, but it was attracting white male in their late 50s, and they would come and ask for my happy endings. Ne? And then I stopped getting support. The finances started going down and I was losing. As much as I was doing a lot of marketing, doing door to doors and all of that, and using my social media because I've got huge numbers on social media as well. I even dropped the numbers, the prices, I mean, when I was busy with this business that I was busy with. Anyways, to cut the long story short, I closed it. Now, I went back to school to study again because I want to go back to the business industry, to the beauty industry, sorry. Now, my question is, what can I do to bounce back? And also, what can I do to make sure that my business is surviving this time around and not giving ill ideas to other clients, like people that are asking for happy endings and stuff? How can I try to avoid that? Thank you.
That's a very good question again. Okay, first off, business profile. Huh? I want you to hear me properly. Business profile is key to a business like this. A business like this is very fragile, in which of whatever or any review that you get or whatever content that you place out there on social media, people grasp it and people are attracted to that. Mainly what I ask from my clients every time is a review. The reviews on Google showcase every time that this spa is clinical, this spa is showing luxury, this spa is doing well with healthcare, they take care of us, the environment is clean, and this and this and that. And then in terms of finances, what I do with my profits, I invest in stocks. Hence, I can survive in business. Okay, stocks are more of risk, but unfortunately, I'm in business. I have to take risks. So what I do is that I invest in stocks in which if I get dividends. If I get paid dividends, that's when I invest back in my business. So that's in terms of the financial part. In terms of the marketing part, you don't have to do door to door. The marketing that I always use from my clients is word of mouth. I make sure that every client that walks in my business leaves happy, and I give them a business card and I tell them to refer a friend at work. I make sure of that each and every time. And then I wanted to tell you about bouncing back in terms of the business. You have to look at the competitors now. You have to look at who is doing what you want to do. Do what you are best at and don't look at the other person, right? We all might do a massage, but my massage is very different from any other spa. I make sure that I'm unique, hence why my business grows with numbers and with proof that it grows. So, yeah, that's one thing I can point out. And then you can start again. It's never too late. Yeah, well, I started the business when I was just 20 years old. Now I'm 26 and the business has grown multiple numbers. So you can start and be patient also. When the business doesn't work, it doesn't mean you have to say that you're giving up or something like that. You give up and then you restart again. It's okay to pause, but pause by taking a break. Don't close down the business because closing down the business is going to be hard for you to pick up again. So you can pick up again, but this time do it differently. Do it in a way that you're unique. Do it in a way that you're going to make sure that your clients do come back. Do it in a way that you're going to get respect from people, and people won't just come to your business and say, can I have a happy ending? There's no such thing. You just have to make sure that you do the right thing, and then just do your marketing properly. Make sure that your business profile is proper, and then you're going to succeed most definitely.
All right, a round of applause. Thank you so much. That is then taking us to our last question, which is there by the corner. Yes, over to you, my good sir.
I'd like to greet the House at Large and the panelists. Speaking is Kopa Nomontwedi from Gauteng. I just want to ask Mr. Quintin a question. I wrote it down actually. It says, the massage and wellness industry highly competitive with businesses offering similar services. What strategies have you entailed on using different from other businesses? Also analyzing the fact that you have big competition. A follow-up question is, what would you do differently if you had to start over again?
Yeah. Um, what I do differently, like I said, like I mentioned in the previous question, I go mainly to help people. The business that I'm trying to create, that I created actually, it's about helping people. So hence I travel to old age homes and give out geriatric care sessions. Geriatric care sessions is for the elderly. Most of the spas in Rustenburg do not do that. Not just Rustenburg, let me just say Northwest in general. They don't do that. They just look at the market and just make money, and then they just make trends and stuff like that. If you can do a research on my company and actually see, or maybe Google, or maybe get on a social media platform like maybe Instagram, you'll get to see and have a vision of what I actually do. It's about helping people. I'm promoting healthcare, not beauty and hospitality. I'm promoting well-being and wellness, not just beauty and hospitality, just like the other spas. You know, I'm not just purchasing oils, or maybe let's say I'm not just what's this, buying all the equipments that other spas have. I'm using my hands, and obviously I'm going to use equipments, but I'm not using the same kind of equipments that people use. I do my research properly, and each and everything that you're going to find in my spa, it's very unique. So hence why I step out and I'm not like the rest of the pack.
Okay, thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our panel discussion. These are our fellow youth. Should you have more engagement questions, please feel free to engage them on the side so that whatever questions that you are having are answered, and whatever hiccups that you may be having in your businesses, you can be able to then draw inspiration from them. 50 years ago, young people changed the course of the nation's history through the courage and conviction. Today, your generation, which is our generation, is then called to shape South Africa in a different way through innovation, entrepreneurship, community leadership, as well as with service. The question isn't whether you can make the difference, because we know that if you were to stand in your own corner, you'll be able to make the difference. The real question here is, what will you do when we leave this room? With all the ideas that you have and the inspiration that you were able to draw today from the fellow youth, what are you going to do differently that will ensure that by next year at this time, your life would have taken a different course? With that, start where you are, use what you have, take the first step. Because the future belongs to those who choose to build it, not the ones that dare to dream or dare to complain or dare to think about, but those who take the step to actually build it. With that, thank you so much to my beautiful panelists for joining us. A round of applause as they descend this stage. A round of applause once again. Ladies and gentlemen, my beautiful youth, it has been an honor to be the master of your ceremony today. As we conclude day one, let us remember that the youth of 1976 marched so a future generation could dream freely. In 1976, I was not there. I only read about it as much as many of you are reading about it. That, you know what, there was not even freedom to do a lot of things. And we, as the youth in this room today, have a freedom to even dream. More than dreaming, to be able to expand and go after whatever we wish to do. The youth of 2026 must ensure those dreams becomes a reality. Whether you are an entrepreneur, you are a student, a public servant, or a community leader, South Africa's future belongs to all of us. The freedom won in 1976 is honored by what we choose to do with it now in 2026. Thank you to the Department of Social Development and all our partners, that is inclusive of AB4IR, our speakers, and every delegate that is in the room. That brings us to the end of our day one. And please allow me to say, Mifamba kahle, travel safe. Yes, I see on the notes, right? Yes, Vichimbra Jabudi, obviously. Anyways, I see that on the program, the cultural activities that are supposed to happen. You know your leaders, you know how they're supposed to run. Please ensure that you follow up with that. I see my ladies coming to the stage. I'm not sure if she wants to say something, but as for me, thank you so much. See you guys tomorrow.
All right. Okay. 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 Nikrend. Sikrend. All right. Okay. Blessing, blessing, blessing. Blessing. Okay. In the absence of Mr. Mosemane, we'll be having the cultural rehearsal this evening. Your delegation leaders met with Mr. Mosemane because tomorrow there will be cultural night. So we want all provinces to participate. I hope you have your regalia. Ah, yeah. Don't do that. No, it's open mic. Show us your talent in as per province, as an individual, rappers, dancers, Batuba got one. Ibakadi ne. Ane. It's one. So Blessing, please come. There will be a rehearsal this evening. Blessing, please, let's wrap up. Okay.
All right. Oh, DJ. Oh, DJ, don't do that to me. All right, guys. Just let us be quick with this. Tomorrow night, we are having a cultural night, which we expect each and every province to present an item, which means all of us as a province are going to work together from different districts. But please bring the flair of your own province into your production. Secondly, we are going to allow, tomorrow you must come to me if you've got an item. You know, we've got those young people with talents here. If you want to sing or do poetry or dance, I know Amajaiva Navakona, Tina will be there, and our actors will be, all of us, ne? Together. Ne? So we've spoken to your coordinators. There are spaces starting from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock tonight for you to prepare as provinces. Your provincial coordinators will take you to your different venues when you need to go and prepare. So please, coordinators, gather your delegates and ensure that tonight they prepare. Tomorrow, I'll be the MC. Don't do that. Yeah, ne? But it's fine. And then I saw the guy is looking at me, but it's fine. I will talk later. Yeah. So we will deal with that process. So please, guys, I'm asking commitment from all of us. We are going to entertain ourselves. We are young people, but I know I might just decide if you guys are good that I'm going to do a one-man play. If you guys are good, then I'll decide whether I'm getting on stage and doing my own thing. But that will be a surprise based on your performance. But I know that I can. But it's fine. So for now, Sma, let's allow young people to go to their different provinces, to their coordinators. Spaces have been allocated. We've spoken to all the coordinators. DJ, we batla ho etsa ntho tsa rona.